September 7th Planning Commission meeting to order. And if you will, at this time, if you'll stand with me, we'll have the pledge, or prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. Father, we're thankful to you for this day and for the privilege we have of living in this great county, and Father, for the great county that is. And Father, we thank you for all those that make that possible, our elected officials, our working staff, first responders, so many, Father, that make this a great place to live. We're so thankful that we have this opportunity now to conduct this business tonight. May we do it in a way that shows respect to each other and honor to you. We pray all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time I'm going to call a roll. Brandon Bias, Robert Davis, Plumer Tonsmeyer, Jason Padgett, Michael Mullick, here. Greg Seibert, Bill Booyer, here. Jamie Stratiger, Mike McKenzie, here. Glenn Seal, Diane Burnett, here. Michael Fletcher, here. And Danny Bolton. Here. We have our quorum. Okay. At this time, we'll deal with our minutes of our last meeting. You were all sent a copy of the minutes of our work session and our regular meeting. If there are no corrections, I'll entertain a motion that those be approved, both of those.
Move we approve both the work session and the regular meeting minutes.
Okay, Mr. Boogers made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Mr. Bolton seconded the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, minutes are approved. Just real quickly, let me go over some items before we get started. Hopefully, as you came in tonight, you stopped at the front desk and signed up to speak. I will say to you tonight, a little differently than I have before, if you want to speak, you need to go back out and sign up. There's a lot of times in our meetings I will ask, if you fail to sign up and you want to speak, I give you that opportunity. Because you can see so many that are here tonight and we have so many items on the agenda, I'm not going to ask that question tonight. Once I recognize those that have signed up, and once that's done, I will close the public hearing. You will not have an opportunity to speak. So if you want to speak, please, I'm telling you now to go ahead and go back up. Even if you think you might want to speak and you're not sure, go back and sign up. It'll show up on our tablet up here, and I'll call on you. If you don't want to come up, that's fine. We want to do some other things in the meeting, trying to move things along, but you'll see that. So please, if you have a cell phone, if you'll turn that off so that we're not interrupted by that. The format generally is I'll open the public hearing on each item. Our staff will make a presentation. We will ask questions of the staff. We will then call on those that have signed up to speak to come up to this podium and speak, and we'll hear your comments. At some point, I will close the public hearing, no more comments, and then we'll discuss with staff and among ourselves, and then we'll make a decision, and then we'll move on to the next item. So hopefully that'll help in you understanding how we're going to go through this tonight. So with that, and we are going to move a couple items around to just better handle some of the items on the agenda tonight, so you'll hear that as we go through. The first item we have is case number PER 23-15, which is a preliminary plat extension request on Parkview Phase 1. Mr. King?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Did you want to disclose?
Yeah, does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? You folks will get tired of hearing that as much as I'll get tired of saying it, but it's necessary that we do that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have two very routine extension requests to lead off tonight. We will go through this very briefly. And so, as the Chairman said, Parkview Phase 1, here's your location. And Planning Commissioners, all of the background information was in your packet. With that, this being a very routine expansion, we'll go straight to your staff recommendation. And the conditions of approval you see up here are routine conditions where we clarify the expiration We try to make certain that we account for holidays and weekends on the expiration date and time. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for staff?
Move its approval.
We don't need to do a public hearing on this, right?
No, sir, this is not a public hearing.
All right, Mr. Bowyer's made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Mr. Davis, second the motion. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next is case number PER 23-16, which is a preliminary plat extension request for Dogwood Estates Phase 1. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item?
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed, I was just informed by the applicant that the intention of the request before us, the prior request 23-15, was to be Phase 1 and Phase 2. My apologies for that, Chairman and Commissioners. And so if it is the pleasure of the commission to amend their action on this to reflect both phases, and I do apologize.
And you're
for
okay
that.
with that? I mean,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Boyer, you fine with?
I'm fine with the amendment to add Phase 2.
Okay. Mr. Davis, is that fine with you? No, Mr. Bolton made, no, you made it. Mr. Davis made the motion. I second the motion. All right? Then I think we're good.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. So we'll move on to the second one.
Oh, quick question. That is just for, there's no changes. This is just a one-year extension.
That's correct, Commissioner. That's correct, Commissioner. And that's what we memorialize the conditions, that any kind of major change, they've got to come back to this planning commission for that. And so, Commissioners, the second request, again, routine request, this one being Dogwood Estates Phase 1. Now, you'll recall you heard Dogwood Estates Phase 2. You heard its preliminary plat last meeting, so it's essentially same request. Essentially the same request, and with that, I'll go straight to the staff recommendation, which is essentially a carbon copy of your prior case, but with the appropriate dates.
Okay, any questions for staff? I have a motion for approval. Mr. Davis made the motion to approve. Mr. Bolton, second the motion. Any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're going to move our next case item, which is the Highlands at Fish River. We're going to move it down the list a little way, so it'll come up shortly. We're going to go to our next item, which is case number Z23-25, the Marr property. Anybody need to declare prior communication on this item?
All right, this is a request to rezone 18.44 acres from RA to RSF1. The subject property is currently zoned RA and is located south of County Road 20 and at the corner of Wilson Road and 20. As you can see on the locator map, the subject property is surrounded by RA zoning. There is also RSF1 to the west and south. These are some images of the subject property and adjacent properties. These are the current zoning regulations for the RA zoning. And this is the proposed zoning requirements for RSF1 with the minimum lot size of 30,000 square feet with the front and rear yard setbacks at 30 and the sides at 10. This case did come in front of y'all last month and it was tabled. They also had a PRD request last month with this application, but they have pulled the PRD request and is just asking for the rezoning. So staff feels the current RA zoning and the requested RSF1 are both compatible with the nearby zoning. However, a significant portion of the surrounding zoning will remain, is RA. So staff understands that a reasonable argument could also be made against the compatibility of the RSF1. This is the master plan. The proposed zoning does not conform to the master plan. There were no comments, agency comments. This is the proposed layout that the applicant is proposing now. They have 12 lots with a common area. We're not considering the layout of the subdivision, we're just considering the rezoning tonight. These are the 11 factors that we review when applying a rezoning. They have met some of them. There's a few that they did not meet, and there's some that was kind of right there on the line of if they met or didn't meet. Staff's analysis suggests that an argument could be reasonably made both for and against approval of this rezoning. The Planning Commission should make a recommendation based on information that is presented by staff, the applicant, and any other information that is revealed during the public hearing.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add, there was a public hearing held for this case last month, and so for that reason, this case is not on the sign-up list for a public hearing this month. Certainly, we leave it to your discretion to see if there may be a community spokesperson or the applicant who y'all would like to have address you on this.
Okay. Let me start with our commission members. Do you have any questions for staff? Diane?
In the RA zoning, you can still subdivide for residential property, is that correct?
Correct. The minimum lot size would be 3 acres.
Yes.
Yes.
But the use, they can still use it for residential.
Correct, yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So is the applicant or the representative here that would like to speak?
Kathy Barnett from Dewberry. I just want to highlight a few of the items that were brought up last month and how we attempted to address them. We removed the PRD layer because the lots on Mifflin Road were non-compliant to the RSF1, which is, we felt like a primary part of the heartburn of the opposition. So those have been removed, and we took those off of the table. We then just added 1 lot. So it's actually a total of 13 lots plus 4 acres of common space is our proposal. The smallest lot size is 0.97 acres, so much larger than the RSF1 requirements. And then the largest lot is actually 1.94 acres. So we've got large lots that we felt kind of met the bridge between the RA that's currently there and the RSF1 that's adjacent to a good portion of the property. This is not a tract home builder development, meaning that these are going to be sold as custom home building lots. So one of the concerns was with the conservation district, the tree cover and what was going to remain. The site here, home builders will have the opportunity to stake out their lot, pick their trees, make sure that they're preserving the property the way that they want to utilize it. So it's not going to be mass graded, mass cleared, any of that. So it does meet a good portion of remaining and keeping a number of the significant trees on site.
Real quick, I'm going to ask Selena I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
Can you put the site plan back up onto the
Yes.
screen? Because that is, I don't see that in our packets. Or what
That was
we're-
just added. It was not in your packets. There we go.
Thank you.
We also added traffic was a concern, and so we have common driveways along Wilson Road to minimize the traffic concerns. And then stormwater, we do have a pond, and obviously all that would be evaluated at the time of the site plan approval. But I think those were the primary concerns. So we've not a tract builder, conforming lots we felt compatible to the neighborhood. We've attempted to deal with the traffic with the common driveways, and then the tree cover and preservation by individual home sales. So,
Any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
yes, sir.
All right. Since we had our public hearing, I don't know that, I'm always struggle with it. All right, is there anybody here that wanted to speak on this item? Good. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and you're going to have to shout whenever I ask, because I can't see out of everybody, so I'm going to let one person speak, so you're going to have to be the spokesperson if there's others, so come on. And we are going to do something different tonight. We are going to time our speakers 3 minutes, right? So I have a young lady down here that's got a timer, and she's going to let us know when that's up. So when 3 minutes are up, please don't argue with me. Just know you need to stop, because we got to keep going. Go ahead.
Agreed. I heard her state that it could be still divided with RA. It's still going to be a problem in the fact that we still have historic, the old post office and the old antique store on that property. And it's going to be sad to lose those particular buildings, knowing that they are such a part of our history in Mifflin. So I just wanted to make a comment that it would be nice if something could be done to preserve them, because I know they were stated that it depends on who buys the property. So I just wanted to bring that up so it was in the records.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to be sure everybody in the planning commission that we're not approving that drawing that was up. That was just for reference to what they could do. We are making a recommendation on the rezoning. Does anybody have any questions? Selena, you have anything else to add?
I do not.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion for a recommendation on this item then.
Move we recommend to the county commission that they approve the rezoning of this property.
Okay, Mr. Boogers made a motion that we recommend approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher seconded the motion. Any questions or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, motion carries. All right. We are now going to look at our text amendments. So we'll open the public hearing for case number TA 23001. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Mr. Brown?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to try and move through these quickly. We discussed them for about 30 minutes during work session. Just as a reminder, when someone amends or wants to amend the rule book that governs the zoning side of what we do, there's a process that they have to go through, and that's this process that we're discussing right now. So the zoning ordinance is one of 6 regulations that we govern in the Planning and Zoning Department. This presentation is divided up into 4 sections. Here's how we're going to handle it. At the end of each 4 section, I'm going to ask you to vote on approving the full request under that section. While I go through some of the things that might be, I don't want to use the word controversial, but there were things that kind of gave us pause as staff. When we get to those items, I'll just kind of look to you all and see if someone wants to keep it as proposed by the citizen, or if they have some objection, and if there is, then we'll take a vote. Otherwise, we're just going to move on and go we'll assume your recommendation is what the citizen has proposed. This is a little bit different than we've done these in the past for the changes to the local provisions. Generally, staff would present a formal recommendation, but in this case, we've dialed that back a bit and just going to rely on y'all's discretion. Okay, also I wanted to note that you'll see, at least in this first section, you'll see black text and blue text. The black text is text that it's proposed, it's new text for these districts, which will be districts 22, 29, and 33, that's in the Lillian area. But the black text is text that you have recently approved in other local districts. So there's nothing new, it's verbatim from those other districts, so no surprises there. The blue text is where there are changes to what you may have approved before. So on these first couple pages, no significant changes. The stream buffers is just some cleanup language recommended by our natural resource planner, and it says Planning District 39 in there. We'll correct that typo as well. This next page you see on the screen, this has the table that defines activity nodes, and it limits the type of rezonings that can be requested within those activity nodes. And these activity nodes are pretty small. And one thing that the citizen is requesting is that RSF2 be only, such that RSF2 zoning, that's 15,000 square foot lots, can only be requested within these very limited nodes within that entire area. That's a little bit further than we've gone in the past with this, and so we just wanted to note that here. The purpose of the master plan or the guide to growth and the zoning process kind of exists to help guide those types of rezoning requests and decisions, whereas this will make an outright ban on even requesting that outside those areas. So again, we defer to the Planning Commission on this. We can come back to it, but are there any thoughts or objections on this?
I think that wording is a little limiting, and probably, I don't know how you take a type of single-family residential development out of an entire area. It just doesn't seem like it should be done that way, just my opinion.
Okay. And I just thought of something. It doesn't really make sense for y'all to vote right now before you've heard the citizens speak. So I'm just going to note that a concern was raised on this one, and we're going to, well, this is one we'll have to find out how the commission specifically feels on that specific one. Okay, the next item where staff kind of had a little bit of pause is traditionally in our mobile home zoning, the density is 6 units per acre. Many local districts have lowered that to 4 units per acre, and staff has been reluctant to allow anything or to encourage anything below that or endorse anything below that, I should say, because we feel like that begins to make manufactured home parks economically unfeasible, and they do provide valuable housing to folks. So we just noted they are proposing to lower it even further to 3. We just noted that that gave us some pause on that. Again, unless any of y'all have concerns about that, we'll just go with their proposed language of 3 units per acre.
Taking a step back to Ms. Burnett's question on the RSF1, we're just the density or minimum lot size of that is 30,000 square feet, correct?
That's correct.
Now we're just we're just saying that's the smallest lot size, 30,000 square feet.
That's correct.
Okay.
Outside those activity nodes.
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
So does anybody have any questions on the 3 units versus 4 units?
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to turn on your microphone so they can hear you on Facebook. That way we can hold what you say against you.
Right there.
Uh-oh, is that not
I'm
working?
I'm new at this. Is that the people that own the property, not rental property? Let's put trailers there.
So someone who owns a property can still put a single mobile home on it and then put a second potentially as an accessory dwelling, potentially. This would be for specifically someone who has a mobile home park zoning designation. So this applies to residential manufactured housing zoning, which is where people would develop a mobile home park.
So that could only be done in these minimal activity nodes?
No, they can be requested anywhere, but if it's requested instead of 6 units per acre or 4 units per acre, it's limited to just 3 units per acre. So if they have a 10-acre mobile home park, they could put up to 30 mobile homes on that. Okay, it doesn't sound like there's really any concern about this, so we'll continue to move on. They added some trees, staff, there's nothing really different or problematic about that. So they had some traffic study questions. We just had a response to that, so no specific changes requested there. Okay, they had some requirements that they wanted to propose for PRDs, and the first one is that PRDs should not exceed 2 units per acre. And then also that the minimum side yard for lots or spaces within a PRD shall not be less than 10 feet, except that this requirement shall not apply to townhomes and similar dwellings that share a common wall. Okay. So, and we just deferred to the Planning Commission on both of those. The one that we did have concerns on, which is the top of the pink one, that is specific quotation from the fire code. They had proposed to modify that, and we believe it should stay exactly verbatim as it's stated in the fire code, and that's regarding multiple entrances for certain developments. And so we're actually going to take a strong position on that, that we're going to assume you're going to go with our recommendation on that one unless someone objects and wants to go with the citizen's recommendation. Okay. Any thoughts or questions about the PRD items? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. So this last one, we received some clarification from the citizen. These are some additional, so Q is additional requirements for recreational vehicle parks. The first ones are pretty routine, but Q3, so Q and then the 3 little I's there, it says RV parks be limited to, it says several categories. The citizen has submitted addendum completely removing Q3, okay? So just know that that is now eliminated. R, the citizen has submitted an addendum completely removing R from their request. So then the only thing that remains is the citizen has this addendum requesting that the minimum lot size within the planning district be 0.5 acres, or so half an acre. And again, staff defers to the Planning Commission and the County Commission about this blanket prohibition. And I think one question that would be good to get some clarification on from the citizen would be whether or not this includes within the activity nodes. So across all the districts, including within that activity node table, so even if you are in an activity node where you can request a higher density, are you still limited to that 0.5 acres? That'd be a good thing to get some clarification on. That's, we got, so, and then this final addendum, S, was to establish a new zoning category, which is very similar to Q here, so those might need to just be merged, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. This final addendum is their wording for S here, which is to create an RSF 1.5, which has that 0.5 acres or 2 homes per acre, and sets out that minimum lot size there. Mr. Chairman, this is the last slide I have in this presentation. Here's where they removed a couple of those items. So I think at this time it'd be good to have Ms. Gamble come up. The next 2 requests are quite a bit simpler. This is the most complicated one, and so she could potentially address those quickly right now.
Okay, Ms. Gamble, if you'll come on up.
Do we have a presentation on here for her? Ms. Gamble, you mentioned you have a presentation? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd like to know why they're just not allowing an RSF2 and going to a new category. I don't understand the reasoning there.
You want to go ahead and head up there? Yeah, she'll hand you the paper.
Thank you. There we are. I hope I will make it very clear to you what our reasoning is, and I'm sorry.
Now, I do have a real quick question. This shows us a 45-slide presentation.
Oh, it's less than 10 minutes.
Okay. I certainly defer to the chairman
Is
on
10
that.
minutes okay or less? I can make it quicker than that if you
Go
like.
quicker if you can.
Okay.
Some of these we didn't have issues with, so I'd rather you really point out those that we were questioning.
Yes, I will. Actually, that's basically, there are two main points to be made.
Big button to advance the slide, small button to back up the slide.
Big to advance. Thank you. Yes, I'll go quickly. That just shows the A and B were the only two provisions we had previously, and then those were absorbed by the full county ordinances, so we have none at the moment. That says the same thing. We do have a lot of community support, 289 registered voters in favor of amending text, and then at a town hall, we also obtained 166 signatures. And we did have some support from other nearby planning districts. Also, the Baldwin Our Vision Future Land Use Guide says 92% of Baldwin County residents surveyed want to protect rural areas of the country. To be clear at the outset, these districts are rural. The green is RA, if I am correct. So you can see that the majority of land is currently rural agricultural zoning, and that is a minimum of 3 acres. We have a reasonable expectation for reasonable growth, and that's all we ask. This is a dirt road. Tractor, share the road with tractors, everyday traffic, real common. What the definition of rural is, I'm sure you already know. Rural agricultural district zoning provides for large, open, unsubdivided land. That's the basic meaning of that zoning. Category RA has a minimum lot size of 3 acres. RSF2, 2.9, that is almost 3 houses per acre, is the opposite of the definition of the word rural. This is how incompatible that looks. We are proposing a new zoning category that we feel is reasonable, half an acre, RSF 1.5. According to Director Brown, there's no restriction to only use categories RA 1 and 2. We can have categories that are in between. There's currently nothing for half an acre, and the difference between RSF 1 and RSF 2 is 66%. That is a very large increase from one category to the next. So we propose this, and that 0.5 acres is 21,780 square feet, 2 homes per acre, excluding activity nodes. And you can see the example there of RSF 1, 1.45 homes per acre, 1.5, 2 homes per acre, and RSF 2, what is that, 2.9 homes per acre. And that's about as close to 3 as a person can get. I borrowed this scale from another presentation, and that shows basically how RSF 1.5 would fit in with the other current categories. The land use guide is not just our small community saying we want to protect rural areas. As I mentioned before, 92% of Baldwin County residents want to do the same. Page 13, 92% agree, protect rural areas of the county. Page 12, top area of concern, loss of rural lifestyle agriculture. And on the top, areas to improve, number 3, sprawling development. Page 16, 80% agreed it is important to consider lot sizes and other key dimensions for new development to protect rural character. Page 16, 50% identified 3 acres as the most acceptable as a minimum standard in rural areas. Other category, which is gray shading, says the most common other response was 1 acre. This is an example of a 1,700 square foot home on 1.3 acres. This is an overhead of that same home with lot lines through 1.3 acres. I have yellow X's on the right-hand side there because it's a little hard to see the red lot lines. So imagine 3 homes on this acre, then times that by 10, 20, 30 acres or more, which is what the majority of landowners have outside of the activity nodes. Would that be considered low, moderate, or high density? I think you can see why RSF2 is not compatible in a rural area. As a final note on this topic, the American Planning Association says that it is quite common to have multiple lot size categories throughout different locations around the country. Next issue is affordable homes. Is there any such thing at this point in time? I have scoured and I don't see much that is affordable, at least in my budget. Below you will see a residential manufactured home in Lillian, currently for sale at $299,900 with a down payment of $59,000 and monthly payment of $2,030. This property has no special location, no gated community, no spacious lot, and supposedly manufactured homes are more affordable. You think this is considered affordable, $300,000? And here's a photo of that subject property in the listing in MLS and the cost sheet to go with it in MLS. And a recent example of RSF2 subdivision proposal in Lillian by Swift and D.R. Horton was for 80 homes on 29.9 acres with their estimated selling price of $300,000 to $500,000. Is that considered affordable? Affordable housing is not a problem that Lillian can fix, nor Baldwin County can fix. It's a nationwide, maybe even worldwide issue. Builders are in business to make money. The USDA, Habitat, low income, and an eligible rural area are the components of attaining affordable housing programs, according to Habitat President of Pensacola, Sam Young. Next issue. Residential manufactured home, currently 4 per
Mr.
acre in
Chairman,
most.
I don't think there was any opposition on that change, residential manufactured homes.
Oh.
So for sake of time, maybe we should
Oh.
move past that one.
Sure. And this says that the Postal Service considers our area rural. The community has spoken. What do we want to be? What do we want our community to look like? Our stakeholders have spoken, and this is the place where that decision is made. And in conclusion, these are actually the 2 main categories that we were trying to focus on as changes. Everything else is pretty much the same and acceptable to us that was approved for Planning District 39.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
Any questions, Ms. Gamble? Ms. Burnett?
I was just looking at the maps for Planning District 22, 29, and 33, and have you considered, or your folks for, I can't find the map now, here it is, 22 and 29, just to have that zoned agriculture? Because you could still use it for residential, but you wouldn't be able to subdivide it less than, is it 3 acres?
Can you ask your question one more time? I just want to make sure I understand.
The agriculture zoning only allows subdivisions, they can't go below 3 acres. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that would fix some of the problem. It probably wouldn't work for 33, something else would have to occur there, but rather than revamping ordinances and changes, just use what's in place and ask to rezone the area that you're concerned about to agriculture, and it fixes most of your problem.
But most of the area is already RA. Am I mistaken?
Well, I'm looking at, it's yellow, so I don't know, maybe just relook at the map.
That means moderate growth that is designated for either low or moderate growth by the Baldwin Our Vision, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, let me say, it is difficult for a citizen unless to request rezonings, because it has to go through the full public hearing process, and there has to be a sign placed on every individual parcel rezoned, because that's what the state statute requires. And so it's difficult to rezone large swaths of land as a result.
I don't know, because if you do a study, I think you can do it in large. If there's like if you revisit your comprehensive plan for that particular area, don't know, you have an attorney. So.
I think that's a little bit, it's a great recommendation.
It might not work.
But it's probably a little bit out of the scope of what's being requested here. But it's another great angle on it. And I don't know what else to say about that right now.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, that we are proposing to recommend eliminating RSF2 and above. That would be RSF3 and no RSF4. And we will be with the 1.5, that would be 2 houses per acre, would be the maximum density. Two houses per acre.
That's right, and she did clarify, and I appreciate this.
And 3 mobile homes per acre would be a max density.
Excluding the activity nodes.
Excluding the activity nodes.
That's right. And this is a good summary that you've put up here on those key points.
Thank you.
So at this point, now I do know that someone signed up as neutral and there was another person who signed up in support.
We have three more in support and 1 neutral.
Okay. Unless maybe you can just see if there's anybody else in support who feels like there's something that needs to be added at this point. There's no reason to delay this unnecessarily. I know you like to give pep talks, but I think the Planning Commission's moving in a direction that y'all would support, so I don't want to belabor this unnecessarily. Who's the neutral person here? Is there something that you had a question about? You need to come up to the microphone.
I signed up for neutral because in reading the sheet of paper out there to sign up, I wasn't sure that that the amendment, as I was reading it, was to restrict the density or hold the density down or to increase it. So I signed up as neutral to say that, and will say that I support everything that Tracy just said.
Okay. And you're Mr. Gonzalez, is that right?
I'm what's left of him.
Are you Mr.? Okay. I understand. Thank you, sir.
So maybe, I know before the other folks, maybe we see if y'all have angst with anything, and then if y'all still have some angst with something, then we see if the others in support want to add something. Is that agreeable?
Is it allowable to add an RSF
1.5
designation?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's the only heartburn I had, that we were going to open up a can of worms.
It might open a can of worms, but it is allowable.
All right, any comments from, can we just back up and go through those that we had questions on? Let's just deal with them so we can move through it.
Sure.
Let's go back to the chart where all the nodes. So does anybody
Sorry about that.
have any heartburn, want to make changes to that, or not agreeing to the changes, their suggestion?
again, suddenly, if y'all are comfortable with the RSF 1.5, suddenly the removal of RSF 2 here, you know, if you're going to approve the 1.5, removing the RSF 2 doesn't seem quite as, because you're already capping it at 1.5 elsewhere in the district. So, you know, I think the one thing I want to emphasize is that sometimes it feels like we're suggesting that out in this expansive RA area, folks can just walk up and get RSF 3 or RSF 4 or RSF 2. And we just saw someone request RSF 1, and they did have neighboring RSF 1, but it was a closer case. You know, it wasn't a given for them to even get RSF 1 in that case, 30,000 square foot lots. So I don't want folks to think that this is just like open field when folks come in here and request a rezoning. The rezoning process works, so it's such that most of these are never issues to start with. Okay, any angst with this? It sounds like everybody's pretty comfortable with it.
So let me understand, on the 1.5, if we were to go with that, does the 1.2 still stay in the node, or is the 1.5?
The 1.2, the RSF 2 would stay there because it says that's where it can be requested.
Right.
Go below the 1.5.
I'm good.
Okay, this was the manufactured home park, but I don't think anybody had any concerns with that change. PRD, no one had any concerns with that. Everybody was on board with our changes or following the fire code.
You're requiring that, correct?
That's correct, and I assume y'all aren't going to oppose that, us following the fire code language there. Okay. I think that was all the, we would use something similar to their proposed language for the RSF 1.5 for their addendum. And speculative rezoning, that's already in the full zoning ordinance, so that won't be added. It already applies to this district. I think that 13.8.2, I'm not really sure what that is, but I think that's related to RV parks, perhaps. Anyways, do you have any comments on that, Ms. Gamble? We're not amending the rest of the ordinance with that. Okay, so that's just disregard that. Is that okay? All right. So at this point, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of angst. So y'all can just make a motion to recommend these changes for 22, 29, and 33 if it sounds like that's what y'all want to do. And it will go through a legal vetting and everything from here, and y'all aren't sanctioning it for legal purposes or anything like that.
Okay. No other questions, comments? I'll entertain a motion then on this portion.
I'll make a motion that we approve these local provision as joint proposals for planning districts 22, 29, and 33.
Okay. Mullick has made the motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Davis, I heard him first. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, Mr. Chairman, next we have local provisions for Planning District 19. Once again, the black text you see on here is new text. This is a local provision change, but the new text is stuff from prior approvals, so you're familiar with it. The red text is new. This is primarily a residential district, and they're proposing to require landscape buffers for major projects that are visible from existing residential uses. So if someone does do a commercial project and it's visible from residential homes, that those a landscape buffer has to be installed. They want to make sure lighting standards are applied to all major projects, not just commercial projects in the district. And they want to adopt the tree ordinance and add a couple trees to that. And then the final language that they have is that following the adoption of this amendment, anything that has the lowest two categories in the guide to growth will not be eligible for an upzoning. And so I'll show you that on this map. So the red outline is Planning District 19, and the dark green, which is ideal conservation preservation areas, and then the next darkest green is conservation development potential, those two would no longer be eligible for upzoning. And then everything, in addition to that, upzonings could be requested. It would go through the normal process and things like that. And what we like about this is it's based on the guide to growth. You know, it's, we're not just making a random decision or anything like that. Not that we ever would just make a random decision. But it has that basis. So I present those to you all on this one. And once again, staff more or less takes a neutral position, but most of these are very similar to what we see in the rest of our ordinance.
Okay, does anybody have any concerns about any of these changes?
And I think we have some representatives here tonight, but once again, if unless y'all have some angst, we can save some time and just keep moving right along with this. Does anybody have any specific concerns from the Planning Commission on this?
I don't think so.
Okay.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Move they be approved.
All right, Mr. Bowyer's made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Mr. Bolton seconded the motion. Any comments, questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries for District 19.
Our next is Planning District 26. They added just one paragraph. It's identical to the last paragraph of the amendment you just had in Planning District 19, where those dark green areas and the next dark green area are limited to, can't have upzonings. They have a lot of wetlands in their district, and so that's what you see there. And that's all on that one.
All right, any questions, concerns of this item? All right, then I'll entertain a motion on this.
Move this additional local provision be approved.
Okay, Mr. Bowyer's made a motion to approve. Of second? Second. Mr. Davis seconded the motion. Any questions, comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, these next changes are changes to the full ordinance, and they're all recommended by staff. So these ones are coming from staff. The first one is for RSF1 and RSF2, and it basically says if you have an RSF1 or RSF2 lot that's 3 acres or larger, then agricultural uses are allowed on that. And that's because we have so many folks who have large RSF1 or RSF2 lots, and then they come back to us trying to downzone them. And we're basically saying, you know what, if they meet 3 acres, let's not make them go through that downzoning process. We will add the note that will add a specific acreage reference into the text of both of these. Ms. Diane had a quick.
That'd be 2 places you had to change it if you ever changed that rule. So as long as you know what it is and you can show someone where it is, I just couldn't find it.
Okay,
So.
okay, we'll double check that, okay. Okay, the next thing was just documenting the application process for a commission site plan application. This actually just nails all that down. It's the process we use today, and it just clarifies that. And then the final thing are just some clarification text changes to Planning District 35, 37, and 39, just regarding how we measure from the top of bank for the stream buffer. It's just become aware that that's a little bit confusing. And I think Mr. Fletcher wanted to ask that we build in the same automatic variance into District 37 and 35 when a lot already exists, so we don't have the Board of Adjustments bombarded with variances. And we would support that as staff if that's what you all want to include in your recommendation. That's all we have on these.
Okay, any questions or thoughts on those items?
One quick question, and this goes back to the RSF2 part that's highlighted on, I think, the immediately back one page. There, right there. Should this say in the last full line on an RSF1 or RSF2, should that be included right there?
That is a great catch. That's actually supposed to just say RSF2, and then the one in the RSF1 designation should say RSF1. one only, so we'll correct that. Thank you, great catch.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. I'll entertain a motion on these now.
Move we approve these changes as well, additions
All right, Mr.
as well.
Mr. Booyer has made a motion to approve. Have a second? Mr. Bolton seconded the motion. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. That takes care of our text amendments. All right. We'll move back to our items. Next case number is case Z23-28, which is the BC Property Investments property. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Ms. Boykin?
All right, this is a request to rezone 8.85 acres from RA Rural Agricultural and RSFE Estate Residential to B3. The subject property is located in Planning District 12. It's on the east side of Highway 59, just south of Divine Road. It's currently, some of the lots are vacant, and there's one that is commercial. The applicant would like to put Baldwin Reynolds business on the subject properties. These are the factors that staff had reviewed when considering this rezoning. As you can see, they meet most of these requirements or factors. For number 3, the proposal to conform to the master plan, that is the only one that they did not meet. Here is the locator map. You can see there's some RSFE and then some residential and commercial on the west side of Highway 59. Staff has recommended approval of this rezoning request, and if there's any questions, I can go through the rest of the staff report, but we had no calls or concerns with this rezoning request, so I went through the shortened version of the staff report.
Does anybody have any questions for staff?
I have one. I guess we specifically know which business this is for. To go as intense as B3 next to these houses,
That
for
is-
the business that they're wanting to operate there, do we have to go that high?
I believe if you're talking to the property, there's some property to the north that is zoned RSFE. I believe that is mobile home sales. That fronts Highway 59.
North of this.
North of the blue property.
The directly north, right next to 59, that is not a residence there? On the north, it says RSFE, and that is not a residence?
Right here.
That
No.
is the mobile home sales and residential single-family estate?
Correct. That business existed before Planning District 12 became zoned.
When did Planning District 12 get rezoned or zoned?
I believe 2006, I believe November.
Any other questions?
So no residences surround the subject property that we're proposing B3 zoning?
Correct.
And again, the first question though was, do we have to go all the way to B3 for Baldwin Rentals to exist on this property as a rental business? Is B2 not enough, or B1?
I'm not sure what Baldwin Rentals, what they rent out, if it's storage units or equipment.
I think B3 is mighty high to not know what is, I mean, that's a big jump. So, I mean, I think knowing what who Baldwin, and the applicant may be.
All right, any other questions?
I did want to answer the question. So it's a conditional use, manufactured housing sales, services, and repairs, a conditional use in B3. It's a permitted use in B4. So B3 is the lowest allowable zoning that they can have for it. And it's still a conditional use, which means they're going to have to come back with a site plan approval for the site before they start using it.
Okay, if no other questions, I have one person signed up in opposition, Shonda McCord. No one signed up. I'll ask. Hi.
I live north of them on the other side of the trailers for sale. So I would like to know what exactly they're trying to put there. Is it going to be rental property? Is it going to be a business that they're just going to, use to have?
Where do you live, please?
When you put that home up, I am, you see on the far right, the red where it says 150, oh, yeah, that's my whole land right there. So right past that is my house. Yes. Yep. So I just wanted clarification because the rental properties is a lot of vague for us with being right there by them.
And I don't know if this changes anything, but they could not use this for rentals in the sense of like renting out mobile homes to
It's like
to
houses
folks.
or anything like that.
Yeah, the B3 does not provide that as an option. So they could do equipment rental potentially where people they would have equipment for rent, people
Yeah.
could come. They could, lease other things that are taken off-site, but they could not rent mobile homes or single-family dwellings for human occupancy on the site.
That's what we needed.
Was that your primary concern?
Yes, absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, that's all I had signed up. Any other questions, comments? Not signed up. Is there someone representing the applicant that's here? Okay. We don't have that luxury.
Mr. Chairman, have you closed the hearing?
I will close the public hearing now if you're ready to make a motion.
I'd make a motion, if the representatives from the folks who are asking for this haven't shown up, I'd make a recommendation that we, at a minimum, table this until such time as we have a better understanding of what they plan to do there.
I'll second that motion.
All right, Mr. Booney's made a motion to table the item and seconded by Mr. Mullick. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, our next item is case number Z23-30 Long Property. I'm going to open the public hearing. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item?
I don't know how his.
Okay, this one is a rezoning Z2330, the Long Property. This property is located in Fort Morgan. It's 1 acre. They're wanting to rezone from B2 to RSF1. On this, you can see that the surrounding properties are right around that area are zoned already B2, where some have been changed to RSF1 already. The ones across the street are also family. The proposed rezoning is RSF1. It's just to allow for a single-family home. The staff recommends approval, since that seems to be what's going on in that area. If you have any questions.
Okay, any questions for staff?
There's no one that signed up to speak. I do believe the homeowner is here.
So there is no, I have no one signed up to speak, is that right? Whoever's doing mine. All right,
I have just one, all of these in the pink are zone B2, and I guess to build a house, we cannot do that in B2. We have to move that to RSF1.
That's correct.
Thank you.
any other questions? All right, I have no one signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval of recommend approving the rezoning request from B2 to RSF1 for the Long property.
All right, Mr. Mullis made a motion that we recommend approval. Second? Anybody want to second the motion?
Second.
Who was that? Mike? Okay, any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll open the public hearing now for case number Z23-31, the Thompson property. Anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Ms. Boykin?
Hang on. Okay, there we go. This is a request to rezone a little over 8 acres located in Planning District 22. The current zoning is RA, Rural Agricultural, and it's vacant. And the applicant is asking that it be rezoned to RSF4, single family, in order to develop a single family subdivision. Here's the locator map and site map. You can see the subject property is surrounded by RA zoning except to the east. There is a subdivision that is owned RTF4, which is a two-family that was zoned when Planning District 22 became zoned. That's what it was. Here's a picture of the subject property, some of the adjacent properties. Current zoning requirements, their proposed RSF4 zoning requirement, which would allow 7,500 square foot lots with side setbacks of 10 and front and rear 30. Staff feels that this requested change is not compatible with the surrounding areas, even though there are some RTF4 to the east. Those parcels, it's zone 2 family, but they are single family homes. And below you can see a map of when Planning District 22 became zoned in 2002. The zoning then, it was zoned RA, the subject property, and then the property to the east was R4, which two-family was allowed back then in R4. Does the proposed zoning better conform to the master plan? No, the subject property is better suited for areas of rural and conservation development. These place types include RR, RA, RSFE, and CR, and OR zoning. There was no agency comments. These are the 11 factors that we reviewed, and as you can see, At least about half of them, staff felt like they did not meet our factors, and there was a few that they did meet. Therefore, staff has recommended denial of this rezoning request. And we did receive quite a few calls, and I believe there's several that are signed up to speak tonight.
There are. All right, any questions for staff? Okay. I have one signed up support of Steve. I'm not sure, Steve, how you pronounce your last name.
Chairman and Commissioners, thank you very much for hearing me, listening to me. My idea for this property, and it was probably an overreach, actually probably should have been asked to be an RSF 3 instead of a 4. Excuse me. I believe that to be true, but the growth, 2002, when the zoning was created, Baldwin County now, the U.S. Census in 2022 said there's only 3 counties that are growing faster than Baldwin in the entire state of Alabama. It's a growing county. People need a place to live. You have a neighborhood node there that is going to have businesses. You're going to need to have people that will frequent those businesses. They have to have homes. My idea for this property is to have, there's some wetlands at the very back part of the property. You have some trails there, open areas for dog parks, and the lots are going to be quite a bit bigger than we originally intended. So I think there would be quite a bit of room there for these folks. So really, I just wanted to convey to you that Baldwin County is growing very, very quickly. I've got statistics here that I could speak to you about, but I'm sure you're aware of that. The area just to the east, as was mentioned, was a residential neighborhood to begin with. There are single-family homes. I went through there, 0 lot lines. So, that property right next door, as we would develop it, would be larger than that, would have some room to grow, yards for children, dog parks, as I mentioned, trails at the back part of the property, at least a half an acre or more devoted to wetland walking trails, hiking trails. I live in a community now that has that. It was a ranch. It was converted, and a lot of that natural beauty was kept for the residents, for us to use. And that's what I intend here for this, to have at least at the back part of that, have walking trails in that, the wetland area, and these other community areas, dog parks, playgrounds, and things of that nature.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for hearing me again. I appreciate that.
All right, I have quite a few signed up in opposition, and this is when we'll start the clock. So you'll get 3 minutes, and I'll start with Jim Batchelor.
Thank you for hearing me, and I'm in agreement. Baldwin County is growing. We all know it. Change is good as long as it happens somewhere else. I don't live directly attached to that property. I'm actually north of that property. So whenever they put that subdivision in 2002, they started washing my road out, I guess quarterly then. To put more than what's already zoned on this property would destroy what I'm trying to do, destroy me getting home if it came a light rain. The water's already running off too fast there, and to put that big of a footprint there, to displace that kind of water onto us is going to be, it's unheard of. When I saw that you're in denial, or hopefully you are, and continue to be that way, actually it put a smile on my face. Like I said, I'm north of that, at the end of Powell Lane, where Powell Lane is not asphalt anymore, it goes into a dirt road and goes up and around. That's where we're located at, and my wife and I have been back there for years, since the 80s. She had, her family bought property there in the 60s. Anyway, we have a volunteer fire department. I know there's a lot of growth going on. We can't maintain the kind of growth they're looking at. Another Annabeth Place that's located behind it. We can't hold that. Our property won't hold it. The water runoff won't hold it. We're not designed for that. So total opposition to it.
Okay. I'm going to ask you this time, by the way, if others of you that signed up for this, if Mr. Batchelor covered things that you wanted to say, if you just raise your hand so that we can see, you won't have to come up and speak. I'm not trying to discourage you from speaking, but we just don't need the repetitiveness. If you feel the same way, raise your hand. Okay? All right? Quite a few. All right? So if I call on you, you don't want to come up because it's already been said, that's fine. Rita Young. All right? David Williams. Yeah, Calvin's doing time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything that's been said. Just one thing I wanted to point out to you, because one of the things you said to me a long time ago was you remember stuff that comes up on the same parcels of land. If you will look on the site map where Concord Drive West is, once you pass that, that goes into a one-way road that comes out onto 98. You can see how 98 curves around like that. This is a area where anybody who lives in the Concord area, they have to drive back to the east and then come back out to 98. So where would your ingress and egress be for that property on the 98? Like I say, the way it's on that curve and it's a downward elevation heading to the east makes it a very tricky situation. And that's all I have, sir.
All right. David Boykin. James Shelby.
Afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. I own the property backed right up to it.
Okay.
And the road that runs right up beside it all the way to 98. And ever since they put the neighborhood in to the east there, we have had constant flooding, roads washing out, thousands of dollars we've had to spend to fix our roads. And I'm just worried about what's going to happen when you come in and clear all that out and then dump it right back on me and all my neighbors. I would like to leave it rural agriculture.
Okay. Is that it?
Sir?
Is that all?
That's it for now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Steve Zimmerman. All right, Kimberly. Okay. All right, Bill Gonzalez. Okay, and Tracy Gamble. All right. That's all I had signed up to speak. I'll close the public hearing. Does anybody have anything to ask our staff? Or Selena, you have anything to add?
I do not. No.
I would just, if I can make a note for just us to follow up on, if some of that previous development, I guess it's to the east, is causing some troubles there with washing or whatever close to 98, if that's just something that we as county might just make a note of to look at.
He probably would need to come to the county and make a request.
That's right.
Yeah. If you'll just come to the county, they'll follow up on your concerns. All right? If nothing else, I'll entertain a motion. This is a recommendation of the county commission.
I'll make a motion, we deny the rezoning request.
All right, Mr. Davis made a motion that we deny the request. Do I have a second?
Second.
Diane, I think I heard her. All right. I have a motion and a second that we make a recommendation to deny the request. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we're going to do one more item, then we'll take a break before we get into a couple of our major items on the commission, on the planning commission tonight. So let's finish out our zoning cases with public hearing for, open a public hearing for case number Z23-33 Pinnacle Properties LLC. Does anybody need to clear any prior communication on this item? Ms. Hart?
Good afternoon. This is on page 107 of your agenda. This parcel is located in Planning District 8. on County Road 32. It's 1.8 acres. It is currently zoned RSF1, residential, single family, and the request is to become B2, Neighborhood Business District. The parcel currently has a commercial building on the property, and they want to continue to use it as such. Here's your locator map. It's adjacent to B2 zoning, and residential is also around in the area. This is the aerial map, and on there you can see on the corner of Bankhead Boulevard and 32, there is a commercial building there. There's no one, as far as I know, signed up in opposition for this. Staff's recommending approval of this rezoning, unless, and I've got additional slides if you would like to, if you have any other questions.
And I'm going to chime in real quickly on this one. So this is a case where they had their permit with the city of Fairhope, so they were permitted to be for it to be constructed, but at the time we were going through the advisory committee meetings, construction hadn't actually started yet. And so we just weren't aware that that this was a business that was already approved and permitted and just hadn't broken ground yet. And so the advisory committee approved the residential zoning just because it was a vacant parcel, when in reality it should have been a commercial. So the applicant in this is the Baldwin County Planning and Zoning Department, because it's created a ton of confusion with potential lessees of this facility.
Okay.
So you can vote denial against this rezoning request, but just letting you know, we are the applicant.
But you don't plan to open a satellite office there?
No.
All right, any questions or comments? I have Mr. Pittman sign up. Did you need to say anything?
No, sir.
Okay. I think Matthew's already served it up for you pretty well, so.
There is space available at the county.
All right, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Move its approval. A recommendation of an approval.
I second it.
Who was that? Danny? All right, Mr. Booth's made a motion to approve. Danny Bolton has seconded the motion. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Do we need to take a 10-minute break? All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back to our big items on the agenda next. Item.
And this one, do you
At
need
this
to?
time, we're going to hear our case on, this is the one that we tabled at our last meeting, which is case SPP 23-14, the preliminary plat for Highlands at Fish River.
And I'm going to skip through the first couple locator slides that we discussed last time. We have received the traffic study, the drainage report, and a wetland report, the aerial, the plat. So one of the things that came up was the water letter, and the original letter was from March 20th of 2023, and they received a second letter dated August 17th, 2023 from Fairhope Water. So that has been updated, and they are still willing to serve. The second question that came up was the entrances, and they had the first time a letter from the fire chief that's sort of like a generic form letter that had been signed, but this time he actually wrote, the drawing as presented meets our requirements for 2 exits, and that was signed by Joshua Rice, the fire chief of Silver Hill. And so they have, like, it's just one entrance point, but it's constructed as a boulevard entrance, so it sort of functions as, in the eyes of the fire chief, as 2 entrances. Traffic impact study, these are the left and right turn lanes that we talked last time that we put in phase 3. The drainage report, I've added a couple slides to this section because there have been a lot of concerns about drainage. So as I noted last time, there is an existing pond that will be filled and replaced with 2 other drainage ponds, and you can see the post and pre and post construction runoff numbers. They are definitely lower in the post. And then the different types of soils, I looked up on the NRCS map. So loamy, fine sand soils that are moderately well drained in this northern half, then the grady soils that are poorly drained, and then the southern portion, these are lakeland loam and excessively drained. So I'm not exactly sure how to reconcile what is shown on the map with the complaints as far as drainage. They did do a double ring infiltrometer test to test the infiltration rate. So, and they did it in the 2 sites of the proposed ponds, the north and the south pond, as well as the existing pond. So they had a 3-inch per hour rate for the north, 7 inches for the south. And so when they calculated for the ponds, they cut that rate in half. In other words, like doubled the capacity needed to drain that. The wetland report did show this as an area of non-jurisdictional wetlands, and according to the current regulations, 5.22C, you can fill an existing stormwater management area, such as a grady pond, if you compensate for that somewhere else. And so that's what they're proposing to do, these other 2 ponds on the western half of the parcel. And we'd already discussed the education last time, and so our recommendation is still approval with conditions, with the approval, or the conditions being the turn lanes, and then the broadband service that will be met later. And so I leave it to you if you have any questions or further comments.
Any questions for staff?
Is there a reason why the turn lanes are not going to be put in until phase 3? It looks to me like, based on the drawings, that the lots that are impacted are 1 through 7, and why wouldn't you put in that turn lane in the construction that requires at a time when you have no traffic coming in?
I defer to highway on that one. Tucker?
Yeah, the traffic studies said that it didn't warrant the turn lane until phase 3, when there were, I think it was 100 lots.
Isn't there another subdivision just down the road on the opposite side of the road going into, asking to go into on that same road?
Yeah, there's another.
When they did the traffic study, did they combine the 2 to see what was going to happen?
Both subdivisions did combine them.
Right, in the initial study, they did not, and so we sent it back and said, because they applied at the same time, they weren't aware of each other, so we told them, and they both had to revise their traffic studies to take the other into
That was
account.
the question I had last time, and I just wanted to.
Right, so yes, both, this one, Elizabeth Gardens, both accounted for each other in their traffic studies.
I want to go back a couple slides to that, where you look at the Grady or the soil types with an aerial image. It's just, I'm going to say a correction, Grady soils, Grady's not a soil type. They call it Grady. That means because it's too wet to be mapped, when they map it, now they mapped them over about 10 years. The maps that we go off of are from, they printed our books, this would be one of them, 1965, from the mid-60s. Now what you see here is, it's just like, I went there today, and this is standing water, so there, you're looking at a pond holding water, and one of my questions will be for the engineers or whoever's, you know, as we want to fill this non-jurisdictional wetland is, you know, what are we filling it with? And, you know, making sure these 9 homes, 9 pads that land in this pond, I mean, I'll speak very briefly. The house that I live in is 85 years old. Now, what's this going to look like in 85 years? These 9 pads. If one of my children, I wouldn't recommend buying one where we're going to put that in that pond. We just need to know that the structural design for this is going to hold pads for the duration. So that is mine on this particular pond that got established more than 60 years ago, and so that's just concerns with this, what they're calling, it is termed a Grady Pond, and our plans for that in specific. Again, one more quick thing, it's the only architectural feature I see on this property is a pond. It's the only one. Nothing else, it's wide open. You know, I don't understand how that couldn't be designed around, because it's the only thing of asset that is existing.
Okay. Anything else? I'm going to remind the Planning Commission and anybody in the public that's here on this item that we tabled this item for 2 reasons, basically, I recall, being that they get an updated letter from the City of Fair Oak, which they did, that they get a letter from the fire department in Silver Hill saying that the entrance is acceptable to them, which they did. And so technically, based on what you've heard me say before, if you've been to these meetings, they pretty much have met the items, whether we, things about it we may not like, they have checked all the boxes. I will ask, I would presume that when they submit construction, so that you know this, we're just approving the preliminary plat, they will submit construction plans to our staff who will go over that for drainage and all the other items that they have to, utilities and so forth. When they do that, I would assume that we'll be sure and look at that filling of the pond, what they plan to propose for fill material and so forth. So it's not something that the contractor will just do. I think we'll have oversight. Part of that's in the roadway anyway. We'll definitely have to know that. We did get information handed to us just prior to us opening this case. I haven't personally had time, but I think this, just a quick scan, this is something, again, that probably will be passed on to our engineering department, because there's a lot of things in here about drainage that they could look at and determine what needs to be done with that. So with that, are there any other questions, comments anybody has on this item?
I mentioned in work session the one other item that we just want to make sure we include is our neighbor to the, I guess, the west that has the bird fields or whatever, that we just make sure it's disclosed that it's known that they shoot guns or shoot birds on that west side. I'm sorry, on the east side, if I'm correct.
It's almost to me to be understood that if you buy a lot in rural parts of this county, you should know that you may have either hunters next to you, crop dusters. So To me, that's part of the problem when we do these type developments out in rural areas. They just really don't fit there, but they got this one in before our zoning came in, and so it is what it is. All right, anything else?
But we did talk to legal counsel, and you could certainly add that requirement, we feel like, to your motion, that that note be placed on the final plat.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve.
All right, Mr. Fletcher's made a motion that we approve. Do I have a second?
Can you add with conditions that the houses in the existing pond that those lots have a disclaimer that is a fill dirt with pond, and also with a noise on the lots on the east side?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So Mr. Fletcher's made a motion to approve, subject to the conditions that have been expressed. Have a second? I'll second. Mr. Davis is seconding the motion. All right, there's some hesitancy, so are there any questions or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Well, at this time, open a public hearing for case number SPP 23-15, Elizabeth Gardens, phases 1 through 3. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Mr. King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. We are on page 148 of your printed packet. And so, Chairman and Commissioners, I'm going to try to move along smartly through parts of this, knowing there may be lots of questions, so we reserve time for that. There will be something you are seeing for the first time today, so we'll spend appropriate time on that issue when we get to it. But we're here for the case number you see on screen, and this is Elizabeth Gardens. Now, this is all 3 phases for a total of 260 lots. We're recommending approval with conditions. Of course, I'm going to spend just a second on this for clarity, because this is the first time the Planning Commission is hearing discussion on this case, because at last month's meeting, it was immediately tabled without presentation. So this is currently in the unzoned portion, or the unzoned area of Planning District 14, and we're aware there was a planning and zoning referendum in Planning District 14. So just to be completely clear here, this application was submitted on June 5th of this year, as you see marked in yellow on screen. The referendum for Planning District 14 was on June 6th. And just a very brief update for the Planning Commission members. The advisory committee meeting process essentially concluded today, and so you will be seeing Planning District 14's zoning map and associated documents on the 5th of October. So we are reviewing this just like Highlands preceding this as an unzoned subdivision. And we'll move on. And so, Commissioners, we'll flip through the maps here very quickly. We can return to any of this. This is all in your staff report. We have the full 3 phases to fit on one slide, had to rotate slightly. So, Commissioners, and for our guests here today, I'm going to try to summarize all of the technical issues in one slide if I can. So first of all, this development will install a westbound left-hand and an eastbound right turn lane, and this will be done during phase 1 of construction, and you will see a condition of approval related to that. We had the assistance of the Silver Hill Volunteer Fire Department in terms of the main entrance being a boulevard entrance. In lieu of 2 entrances, you'll have a single boulevard entrance, so there's the capability of having an entrance available should one be blocked for some reason. In addition, there will be 2 gated emergency entrances with Knox boxes accessed from Bohemian Hall Road. Bohemian Hall Road, the portion of it that is still a dirt road, and we can get into whatever detail about that is necessary to answer questions. The traffic impact study did account for the new Silver Hill Elementary School as well as Highlands at Fish River. Now, keep in mind that the same traffic engineer performed both traffic studies. I also will note here, the Board of Education did correspond with that traffic engineer during the preparation of the traffic study. And for example, in your packet, there's actually a bus route map that school board staff provided to the traffic engineer. So they did correspond and did coordinate. But otherwise, similar to other own zone cases, the school board staff had no other comments of opposition. In terms of utilities, and we're going to dwell on this here in just a moment, the original water provider was Fairhope Public Utilities. That is now Town of Silver Hill. We received that letter late yesterday. We're going to show you that letter momentarily. The fire protection was evaluated by Silver Hill Volunteer Fire Department even when Fairhope was still the provider. And we have an updated letter from the engineer of record that shows the fire flow available from Silver Hill does meet the ISO standard. The standard you see on screen right there is chapter and verse out of the subdivision regulations on what is required. We'll show you that letter momentarily. Sewer is Baldwin County Sewer Service, Baldwin EMC for power. Point Broadband is the broadband provider. We'll have a condition of approval to clarify that we'll talk about momentarily. In terms of drainage, the EOR, engineer of record, has verified no adverse impacts, and this has been approved by Baldwin County Highway Department, and thanks again always to Tucker Stewart for helping us with that. In environmental, we are aware that there are gopher tortoises on this property. The applicant, the developer has solicited and is utilizing a consultant who is going through the process to get the necessary permits to remove those gopher tortoises and relocate them to a safe location. We'll have a condition of approval that'll deal with that as well. And then we have, what we're going to do, Mr. Chairman, is we are going to move forward. We're going to move forward here, and I'm going to go ahead and bring you to the staff recommendation. But before we do that, I do want to touch on the water issue for just a moment. So this is page 171 in your application. You know that we have marked through both the provider letter from the city of Fairhope Public Utilities, as well as the engineer's fire flow calculations. You do not have this in your packet. That has been replaced by what you see on screen. So the letter to the left, signed by Mayor Lyles of Town of Silver Hill, we received that very late yesterday. And then the updated fire flow calculation from Mr. Landry, engineer of record, we received this morning. So this is what we're presenting to the Planning Commission for consideration. Again, the ISO schedule that we mentioned earlier is reflected in this letter. And we can get into greater detail if we need to answer any questions. Talk just a little bit more about what is in one very important detail that's in that fire flow letter from the engineer of record. So the blue line you see on this map shows a 10-inch water main that the developer will install. So on the right side, on the east side, and I don't know if you can see my pointer very well, they will tie into an existing 10-inch water main at the intersection of County Road 48 and 55 and run to the west. This is subject property where the development would occur. And then they will also proceed north to the intersection of County Road 48 and Bohemian Hall Road, where they will do an additional tie-in. What that will do is you have existing service on the west and east sides. This will loop them together to provide service to this development right here. So I hope this map clarifies that. All the letters we talked about earlier in terms of Silver Hill Fire Department evaluating the site are here. And then Point Broadband, we're going to address that with a condition of approval. What I'm going to do, Commissioners, I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead to our staff recommendation. So first of all, these are your general conditions, but because, and the chairman alluded to this on the prior case, we want to make certain that it's very clear that this approval, if the Planning Commission approves the preliminary plat, does not authorize a development to be built. The construction plans review process will still be carried out. This allows that subdivision permit to be requested. So this does not allow any construction activities to occur if this is approved. No improvements shall be installed prior to issuance of the subdivision permit, which is obtained from Highway. The rest of this is pretty standard, as you see on this screen. We're trying to do a better job of making it clear when the expiration occurs. And so we have some standard agreements and standard language in there. Okay, specific conditions. So I'll call to your attention item 1. This is where, as a condition of approval, that those eastbound right and westbound left turn lanes shall be installed during phase 1. We do have a letter regarding broadband. We didn't feel the broadband letter rose to the level of what's required in the subdivision regulations. And so essentially, we're going to use the final plat provision of making certain that they have provided proper broadband service at the time of final plat. The other items in here are some standard housekeeping items to make this work. And then finally, also, there's some requirements in here that Highway asked us to include in terms of having, for example, a temporary cul-de-sac, as you see in item 6. Some other standard language. Item 8 was we go into a little bit greater detail about the Knox boxes and the emergency entrances. And just to talk very briefly about that, if anyone's not familiar with that, a Knox box is a device where a firefighter or another emergency services can let themselves in, where they can let themselves in with a master key, open a box, and then there's a key to a gate, let themselves into a development. So that way, in addition to the single boulevard entrance, there's 2 emergency entrances. We are going to condition to approval that there be either some landscaping or some other elements installed so that no one tries to bypass those gates and drive around it and turn those emergency entrances into full-service entrances, at least until, if maybe one day, Bohemian Hall Road is upgraded to a paved road. And then finally, item 9 is dealing with the gopher tortoises, and essentially, we won't accept the construction plans until the permits to relocate the gopher tortoises have been submitted. So with that, Chairman and Commissioners, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
I got one.
Okay.
Is there a time limit? Like if you do this, is it like they don't do nothing in 3 years or 2 years? Does it run, they have to come back and redo it?
Yes, sir. So that was one of the conditions of approval we mentioned earlier. And so if you'll note here, item 3 on screen right here, this is their initial timeline. This is their initial timeline. And then they may come back to you, may come back to this Planning Commission to ask for an extension. They can ask twice, 1 year apiece.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. Bohemian Hall Road on the west side, am I understanding this is a dirt road?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Okay, so where County Road 48 turns and heads back to the east, Bohemian Hall Road proceeds south as a dirt road. Now, and that's why those entrances are not going to be primary entrances into the site.
There's one entrance I'm looking at kind of on the northwest side that does exit. Is that going to be one of those knock boxes?
Yes, sir. Anything on Bohemian Hall Road.
So we are looking at doing one entrance in and out for these 260 homes.
Yes, sir. You'll have a boulevard entrance and the 2 emergency entrances.
I see one emergency entrance somewhat on the northwest corner. Where's the second?
Farther south on Bohemian Hall Road. I'm going to see if I can get a better picture of that for you, Commissioner.
It looks like on ours it's just houses at where the other one might be. If you could pull a preliminary site map that might show that other entrance.
All right, Commissioner. So you'll see one of the entrances. So since we've had to rotate the screen, you'll see one of them at the top, and you see the traffic circle right there. And I'm going to try to mark it for you right here. And then that's the first one. And then here is the second one.
Where is that on the site map? Please, can you go back to the full site map?
Sure. Sure. Indulge me just a second here, folks. Right. So here we are. Here's the full map. And so this is one of the emergency entrances, and here is the second one.
The road goes out right there.
Let me give a...
Okay. I see it. Thank you, Buford. I'm sorry. I see it now. It's a little road that goes out right there, yes.
Yes, sir. I turned on my laser pointer, if that helps.
Okay, I had one other question about, and it's in regard to the broadband and the recommendation. What is the broadband to one lot of this subdivision? Or, you know, I mean, I know that's maybe a minimum requirement, but are we, maybe my question is, what's our final requirement for broadband in this subdivision for these homes?
So at the time of final, as we have this case structured, at the time of final plat, the developer, will demonstrate to us that at least one lot in this development has 25 megabits per second broadband capability. And that's what the subdivision regulations allow if you're electing to use the final plat option.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Burnett?
What is the lot width? Can you tell me?
Yes, ma'am. And let me get the plat back up here, and let's see if we can't zoom in on the site data table. Now we're going to be looking at it. We're going to be looking at it rotated.
Okay.
And so, Ms. Burdett, so we have here. So the minimum lot size here is 7,800 square feet, 7,800 square feet.
Yeah, I could read that, but I don't see lot width.
Yes, ma'am. We don't have that placed in the site data table.
Okay.
But
I'm sorry for it not being
It's
so.
on your blow-ups. You can read it on the lots. If I look at, there's 60 and 80-foot wide lots, and somebody
Yes, sir.
here representing could probably add to that. But I think
Okay.
60 and 80 is the majority, but they
Yes,
can
sir.
give us maybe a count of the split on it.
Yes, sir. We review so many of these, we take it, we
Right.
review so many of these, we see them and take it for granted, and sometimes forget what we have in the site data table.
Well, I do have a question about cars parking. Is there I didn't see anything here for overflow parking, any areas designated for overflow parking or anything like that?
So, Ms. Burnett, that is not something the subdivision regulations require. That is not within our purview to review, unfortunately. Keep in mind, this is a subdivision.
I know.
And unlike some of the other cases that we do, where we have some discretion for a site plan, whereas this is a traditional subdivision.
I'm concerned about emergency vehicles traveling down the roads because there's only one entrance, and those roads are fairly long, and that's the reason I'm bringing this up. I would really like to see either overflow parking areas periodically through this, because they would have to be areas denoted on the plat, or a note that prohibits front-loading garages that would allow for access along the side, a longer driveway, so you could actually park cars rather than in the street or on the sidewalks or in the front yard or wherever they tend to park.
I have a question that might add to this. If these roads are going to be dedicated to the county, can you make is it in our authority to make a stipulation that there's no on-street parking in this subdivision, as they're county roads and these are emergency responders?
Commissioner, I don't believe, and our legal counsel can certainly jump in here, I don't believe we have that kind of authority, at least in this realm, to try to require that, and I wouldn't even be able to comment on our capacity to enforce that sort of thing.
What are our road widths in this subdivision?
You're going to have your standard 50-foot right-of-way, and then your...
actual blacktop.
I'm sorry?
The actual blacktop width. So if cars there,
Sure,
what?
they're 20 feet wide.
20 feet.
Two 10-foot travel lanes.
Yeah, you're right. But it's not just for traveling, because it never is in a subdivision. It's for parking. So is there a way to put a note that no front-loading garages are allowed?
I do not think we could enforce that.
I don't think that we can if they meet the lot sizes and they meet the building code and all that, I don't think that we can say what type of garage they can and can't have.
Well, it's actually access.
I'd be
So-
afraid, Ms. Burnett, we're crossing over into land, into a land
I think it's
use.
fair to ask on the on-street parking, as we are dependent on the fire, on a 20-foot road with limited entrance with 2 knock boxes, about on-street parking that we know is going to be a trouble in this subdivision. I think it's worth us researching what we can or cannot or should not do on that item.
And Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, that would be a great topic. That would be a great topic for a possible subdivision amendment or revision. Unfortunately, we've got to contemplate the application that's before us right now.
And maybe I would say if anybody's having angst about that, clearly there is some, that to avoid a potential legal bind would be to just add some type of simple condition that it be vetted by legal, and if it is something we can do, then you want that condition to apply. And if legal determines it's not something that we can do, then it wouldn't be something that we would apply. That might be a way to handle that.
Well, if we need to think of something, to eliminate cars parking on the right-of-way, because emergency vehicles won't be able to get down the road. They're just not going to be able to get down these long roads with one access. So maybe it's parallel parking. I don't know the answer. So is there a way to ask legal to research any possibility that would eliminate parking on the designated thoroughfare?
Absolutely, and again, the big issue here is not so much, the issue here is that they have satisfied the technical requirements of our subdivision regulations. So I think there are things that we could do to amend the subdivision regulations potentially. The issue is that those aren't in there right now, and that's what binds us. So I think what you could do at this meeting, at the end of this meeting, say we want to ask staff to propose some language to address this the emergency access on public roads and subdivisions to ensure that there's adequate width.
So our responsibility isn't to think about those issues when we're looking at these applications?
Well, it is, but let me say this. We have subdivisions that have been approved all over Baldwin County with 20-foot roads and 50-foot right-of-ways. And now I don't pretend that I've been in this arena for a long time, but this is one complaint I've never heard come from the public or outside of this planning commission, quite frankly, is the ability for emergency vehicles to get to homes within those existing subdivisions. Now, has it happened before? I'm sure it's happened before, and I'll probably get a flood of emails now telling me all the examples. But I think of huge subdivisions, Plantation Hills, for instance, off 90, many of these that have very few entrances, and I'm just not hearing that that's a problem. And so,
Plantation Hills lots are bigger than this.
That may be the case. I'm not prepared to.
But I just want to but there are 2 entrances for emergency vehicles that we're requiring under the conditions, right? And then there's the main entrance of the subdivision.
Absolutely.
So there's 3 entryways for emergency vehicles to get into the subdivision.
And I also want to point out, the original plan they brought to the sketch plan meeting, it only had one main access that ran north-south with little things coming off. And at that time, we said we felt like that was an issue since they did just have one actual entrance. We said you really need to put in 2 parallel roads. So in a way, they've kind of built into the development this parallel system that was not in the original plan. So we did think about that and did suggest that, and they did hear that suggestion and incorporate that into the plan. So I do think that that's to their credit. They did hear that.
Yeah, and thank you, Sean, for that. And Commissioners, I'll say this, is that, and I think I said something to this same effect at last meeting, we hear your guidance. And to our ability to affect it, I think you see we carry out what we're hearing from this planning commission in terms of matters of practice when we're reviewing subdivisions and other developments, where certain things that when we ask the developer and ask the engineer to carry out certain things, they evaluate our request and say, sure, that's logical. And those two those two emergency entrances are a result or a byproduct of that.
I would note that in the letter from the volunteer fire department, the chief has said that this meets their needs. I understand the parking along the way, but would severely limit that need. But I'm just saying that they say they can get in there, and they've probably experienced the on-street parking before, so.
And I'll say if it becomes such an issue within that subdivision, then the subdivision's homeowners association can come up with some rules about where you can park, when you can park, hours of parking, things such as that, under their HOA or POA legal document.
Mr. Chairman, this is more of a broader question that has to do with why does the county want to take the streets and agree to have to, and not just in this subdivision, but across the county, as much development is going on? That seems to be an economic issue for the county, and why shouldn't the HOA or the developer or somebody have responsibility rather than turning it over to the county and saying, you've got the ball?
Well, technically, when the final plat's submitted and signed off, the county commission votes on accepting the roads, so technically they could vote to deny accepting them, and they would become private.
I just want to say that there is continuous, thorough debate over that issue with no simple resolution.
I got one thing to say. In District 39, when we were in the planning stage, we got the fire departments in the area to come to the meeting, and the only question they had, they needed 30 feet in height, at least 30 feet in height when they bring the big equipment in. They never said anything about the width of the road, because if it's a cars parked on the side of the road, they could get by. You remember that map?
Yeah, and I think that they said that their
trees
fire
and stuff.
apparatus access road had to be 20 feet wide. And your microphone is off again real quickly there. And Ms. Diane, we hear your concerns, and let's huddle on a possible solution there.
All right, let's let the applicant come up and maybe some questions for them. So I'm going to start with Mr. Deal or anyone in your group, whoever it is. Tell us your name and.
How y'all doing tonight? Aaron Collins, SE Civil. I'm really here to, if you got any additional questions, we've heard several, questions and concerns tonight. I'd also add that if you do have any questions about the engineering drainage, we have the engineer here, and also we have environmental sciences here as well. Buford did a great job covering this. I don't know if there's a whole lot else I can add to this. Besides, we are also dedicating some right-of-way on the west line, and that'll be dedicated per phase when it comes to that.
So y'all are dedicating right away for future expansion of.
Yes, sir.
Well, can you tell me about there's more property here that you have, but you obviously are not on Long Bohemian Hall. You're leaving property out.
Yes, sir.
For what reason?
The landowner wanted to keep the properties.
Okay. Are we numbering those lots?
So, Chairman.
Or how are you handling that?
Yeah, Chairman and Commissioners, if you look on your drawing right here, it's going to be a little bit confusing because there are some common lot line movements that will far precede this that are not reflected on your current map. So what we've done is the outline in black is what the final outline of the development will be. And so we tried to call out certain pins of properties, where they are and what will remain. But what's outlined in black is what is requested before you today. It may not make sense right now because of the existing lot lines.
It does not look like the same as what's in our packet, as what's on this map right here. It's different.
Okay.
As to
The request
what the outline is. Ours shows this bottom one a fair bit wider unless there's an addition to this map on page, whatever page this is on our book. It's the first one showing areas included in proposed development. Yes, that does not look like what's in our packet, or my packet. And that's different than what's on the, if you can compare that one to the previous one or the other one we were looking at.
Well, Commissioners, what I would say is what is on screen right there. What is in the very light red is excluded from this development. And like we said earlier, there are some common lot line movements going through the exemption process to make what you see in light red, and then the subdivision before you is what you see on the plat.
Okay, so those will be handled through lot line?
Yes, sir. Yes,
This
sir.
is not the final we're looking at. I mean, where it looks different here is there and there. We know those parcels are there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's a little confusing. We apologize for that, but that invariably occurs in the time it takes to remap what appears in the map viewer.
It may be.
Next question is, what type of gates are you putting in on those to Bohemian? Are you talking about a bar? Are you talking about a major gate? Just how big is this gate, or what type of gate are we talking about?
Yes, sir, I don't know. I can find that out, but I'm not sure the specifics on the gate type.
And do you know yet whether you're going to fence or whether you're going to landscape the remaining property along the right-of-way?
The front?
No, along Bohemian.
I believe that's a condition of approval, and we don't have any
Well, I
problem.
think they said either, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Either one. Either one. And again,
Can we require one or the other?
I think that's within your realm. I think that's within your realm. We're not going into land use here.
Anybody's been down Bohemian Hall Road, that's one of the dustiest roads you can go down.
Indeed.
I would think for those property owners that are going to be backing up to that, they're going to appreciate something of some significance, maybe even both.
The main goal there is, of course, to make certain that a motorist does not try to create their own entrance and drive around the gate.
And is there a note on the plat that says these lots that front Bohemian Hall cannot access Bohemian? Other than if future, the roads, Bohemian's developed in the future?
Correct. And Mr. Chairman, if we don't, and Aaron can correct me, if we don't have that on there, that is a very reasonable note to have on a plan.
We have no qualms with any kind of the conditions that he put on there, either knock box and landscaping. We have no issue with any of the requirements.
All right, any other questions for the applicants?
Just one quick question. I know that in your company's development around the county, that some of your developments are now rental properties as opposed to for sale properties. Is this development planned for rental or for for sale?
Yes, sir. These houses will be sold. Yes, sir.
I have a question. Would the developer entertain the thought of paving Bohemian Hall Road for what it is on the, the west side of this subdivision, as to not make problems with dust and give the fire trucks a paved road to drive on instead of a dirt road? Could that be a request, and then to dedicate that to the county as well?
I don't really have any kind of knowledge of that, with our client. I can ask that question, but as of right now, there are no plans to pave that road. And I'm not even so sure that the property owners would ask us to pave the road.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may interject here, Tucker Stewart may want to jump in here as well. We're not clear on the availability of right-of-way to acquire to pave that road.
That road may not get paved. That road may not get paved, is what I'm hearing.
We don't know right now.
I
Tucker,
think-
correct me if I'm wrong, if I've
I
missed that.
think that's something that would be worth figuring out, especially if we're putting these fire entrances there. So, I mean, hey, just a consideration.
Mr. Dill, you want to add something?
I was just, we actually started out with that proposal to pave at least a portion of that. And after meeting with county highway staff, they pulled a lot of deeds and determined that there was not near enough right-of-way there. So they didn't have enough room for us to pave that road. But, we would be thrilled for it to be paved. But there was no way to do it, and apparently the adjoining landowners are not interested in given right-of-way for that.
Okay. Any other questions for the engineers? All right, thank you, guys.
I do
Oh.
one more. Is White Road, I guess our exit is onto White Road. Is that a paved road?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. All right, I have a couple people signed up in opposition, neutral, Ann Courtney.
Good evening. First, I wish I was a gopher and I could get relocated. I'm at 48 in Bohemian Hall. There's two 48s. And already the traffic is unreal. And now I've got 600 houses going around me. And it's very sad. I'm mainly concerned about traffic and red lights and turn lanes. And now I'm hearing we're not doing that for a while, or the street is already, that's one of my biggest concerns. I'm a little bit further down.
Yeah, turn lanes are being installed in front of the subdivision on 48.
Yeah, well, there's two 48s, so it's very confusing. I'm on the Walmart 48, so of course, everybody that lives in these subdivisions, so they're going to have to turn right or left. We've got to turn with a yield sign. Are they doing anything there? We don't have a red light or anything.
They're not doing anything at the four-way or the three-way stop that you're referring to.
Okay.
But the other development that was heard earlier, the Highlands at Fish River, they're also putting a turn lane in on that section
On
of
Bohemian
Bohemian.
Hall, so
That's
that'll
right.
help some. Okay. I guess I was too late for both of these because of the dates, and I didn't know. And just our whole neighborhood, of course, is, farms and agriculture. And anyway, thank you.
All right, Bruce Klein.
Mr. Chairman, while our next citizen is approaching the podium, I just wanted to comment super briefly. What is on screen that we didn't review? This is every intersection the traffic engineer evaluated when they were performing the traffic study.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, I just wanted to, I'm opposing the development. I have some property on the east side, and the rectangle that you're looking at is the longest part, and I'm in the middle of it. And there's a situation of my interest, but my idea of us leaving a footprint and the fact that parallel with that long line of the rectangle is a wetlands, and it's a stream that empties into Fish River. Somebody's going to be, all that water now is being percolated into existing farmland, and they're going to do something with it. Looks like, first time I saw that topo that they pulled up showing the detention ponds, and it looks like one of them is going to have to go right through my property. And that 300 yards average all along the east side of the border is wetlands, and then on the south side turn is wetlands also. So it's just my concern, it's going to affect people down the line. You got 260 more lots of fertilizer, pesticides, and the water is going to rush off so fast that they're going to probably require at least 7 acres of detention ponds to capture the water for it, goes on. But I just feel like that if we postpone this and let somebody an engineer looking into it, or what the effect of this magnitude of water and where it's going, I would be for that. So I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Eric Sullivan?
Thank you guys for listening. My main concern would be more about the construction of the subdivision. It's going to be the dust and the dirt. We live on the corner of Snar and County Road 9. That's on the other end of Bohemian Hall. The dirt road that's so dusty that you guys are wanting to either put landscaping or dust on. And it is just a single-use county road. It's gravel and dirt, and the dust from just local traffic is terrible. It's terrible. And I was wondering, can we make a request that the construction entrance come off of a paved road? That's
Okay.
all I got. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's already satisfied.
What's that?
I believe that's probably already satisfied by the fact that the principal entrance is connecting to a paved road.
Yeah, I guess the question would be, if they're building in phases, obviously I think phase 1 would come off of White Road. The question then would be, would phase 2 and phase 3, you know, I would think, from what he's saying, you would still want that construction to come through their existing phase as opposed to coming down next to people that have been living there and creating a dust bowl over there.
Exactly.
I don't know. We can talk about that.
Sure.
I want to get Mr. Landry up. Maybe he can address the drainage, what your intent is on drainage, because I think that was Mr. Klein's concerns. Maybe you can kind of address some of his concern.
Sure, and we have looked at this in the conceptual phase, and we are decreasing the flow going to the neighbors. And we'll continue to work with Tucker and the subdivision permit and make sure we analyze everything downstream and have no adverse impacts.
If I read it right, you guys are still using basically the same the same drainage pattern. You're still going.
Correct. It's still going to drain the same place as it does, because that's what wetlands
But
are.
the point, you might want to explain, because Mr. Klein may not know, some of us may, but the point of these detention ponds are in conjunction with what your outflow is, what it will do.
Correct. Yeah, we basically analyze the pre-developed flow rate, and then the post-developed coming out of our ponds will always be less than the pre.
All right.
So.
And Mr. Klein, just so you'll know, Mr. Landry has just explained generally what he did, but he's got to put a set of plans together. It will be submitted to our county staff. They will review it. There are standards that the county has established that they have to meet. Not saying that answers your question, other than I'm just telling you it will be reviewed in much more detail by staff administratively before it's released for them to do any development. All right. So I guess that's it. That's all or maybe you can answer. Can you guys, as far as, have you looked at construction traffic? Will it go through the existing development? Are you any plans to use Bohemian for that access?
There's no plans to use Bohemian. I would say we all go internally.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, keep in mind too, these types of developments trigger an NPDES permit, so there are inherent requirements in that permit in terms of construction best management practices, including dust control.
Okay. That's all I had signed up.
I do have a question, because I may be misunderstanding, I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. There's been reference to landscape buffers for the houses that are along the road to avoid dust, but I don't think landscape buffers are being installed the entire length of where those homes border the road, just at the edges of the gate to keep people from circumventing the gate.
That's correct.
So I just don't want there to be a misunderstanding as to what is being installed now. It's not a very much road frontage there, so the developer might not have a problem throwing in some landscaping along those just to avoid that dust issue in the long run. But I didn't want there to be a misunderstanding there.
Right. Which is why I asked for the note, because if you don't put it there, then a line on a plat's not going to keep a property owner from just driving out the backside and using Bohemian Hall Road to go out a different direction. If they don't put a fence or buffer there, they're going to do it. A note on the plat's probably not going to stop them. I would think on their behalf it would behoove them to put a fence in that there, because those lots are going to be difficult to sell if they go out and look, see what that dirt roads like. That's just me, but. All right, any other?
I had a question, I guess, maybe for you, for staff. On the traffic study, you showed where, what we analyzed with the different errors and where they turned. If you could pull, and it's maybe in I think maybe the second or third speaker that spoke on that, maybe that three-way stop, is that been analyzed on this? Was her concerns for traffic is, without me finding where I am on this map, did we find that intersection that she was concerned? I mean, I'm assuming it's addressed
Right.
on this map.
So that stop condition was not analyzed by this one. I believe it was analyzed on Highlands.
So that was covered with?
That was
Covered with our traffic study.
If my memory serves me correctly, that stop condition was a part of the Highlands traffic
If we
study.
might just follow up on that, as this is a concern there at that three-way and that traffic.
I'm going to put it on record anyway, Matthew, and I'll be quick. I'm disappointed that, and it's probably on us as a county for not being more proactive in these type subdivisions in rural areas, for not requiring park areas. I know we can't do it right now because it's not in the regulations, but it just seems to me that for these 60-foot wide, 80-foot wide lots are way too small. There's no place for kids. They are not close to a municipality where there's parks. I think we ought to be talking, just as we talk about parking, I think we ought to be talking about developments that are this size, not every subdivision. But when you start getting over, I would say over 100 lots, we just did one with 600 and we approved it without anything, and I think that was atrocious. That's the size of a town, Silver Hill, Alberta, which have parks, and we approved it with absolutely nothing because we have no mechanism to do it by. I would like to see us in the future consider something like that in our subdivision regs where we legally can, but I think it's terrible to have a subdivision this size where it's at and not have a park at all. But that's me. All right, any other questions for staff or the developers' representatives? All right, we've heard everybody that signed up, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And yes, I'll entertain a motion, and you'll just have to carefully frame your motion with these requests. And if you were going to add anything else that Matthew mentioned earlier, that you might frame it in a way that gives legal counsel the opportunity to review it, you'll have to frame that out in your motion. And we'll need to make a motion one way or the other. Can't sit here all night.
Given our limited ability to impact subdivisions, I will move we approve it with the additional conditions that have been suggested by staff, both general and specific, and the discussion to add to that, the discussions that have taken place here about other issues.
Okay? You have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Boyer and a second by Mr. Fletcher. A second by Mr. Fletcher. Any questions or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Oh. All right, let's move on to our next case, which is case number SPP 23-18, Mill Creek Phases 2 and 3. We'll open the public hearing. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item?
All right, so we're looking at phases 2 and 3 with an additional 180 lots to the phase 1 that had already been approved. So this is in Plan District 18, so this one is unzoned. Smallest lots are 7,800 square feet. There has been a traffic study, a drainage study, and a wetland study have been done. So this is Phase 2. I don't have a plat that shows both combined, so they're in two separate pages. Locator map. So for the drainage, there's a statement saying there will be no adverse impacts, no discharge points are being changed or altered. And this one, you can see it's a fairly complicated site in terms of the internal drainage basins. And so there are 6 proposed ponds. And a couple of these, like this one, involves an existing jurisdictional wetland and a channel. The traffic study, they used a growth rate of 3%, and it did take into account the future Silver Hill Elementary School, and they are recommending turn lanes. So I have one here. You can see the left turn lane on southbound 55 and a right turn lane onto 59. And here are the utility letters, and there will be a sewer line extension needed that will be covered at the developer's expense. And the water in this case is coming from the town of Silverdale. Fire protection, fairly high flow rates, 2,300. They will require some permits for wetland fill. They're constructing a road across this area here, and then this is a non-jurisdictional wetland existing dam that they're going to turn into a much larger retention pond or detention pond. The school's Board of Education had been notified, and they did not express any opposition. So we're recommending approval with conditions. They will need those permits to fill and alter the wetlands, and those will be indicated on, they'll have to put the permit numbers on the plat, and then the turn lanes will be required as well. Any questions?
Well, we referenced the fire department and some of the previous subdivisions. Was there not a response from somebody else, fire department, on this one?
To be honest, I don't remember. Was there one?
Yes,
sir. Okay.
We had him at our office, we spoke with him and showed him the entire plan. He did write letters, so we do have that as well.
Okay.
So yeah, I apologize, it's not in there, but it is, if you go in the public folders, I usually put all the letters in there, but I did not include it in the slides.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
I have 2 questions. One, if we go out of this subdivision to the north and turn left on 34 and we come up to 55, that is a really difficult left-hand turn because of the big hill to the right. And you're, I mean, short, very, very short line of sight there was, I'm gonna say, where we make a left on 55 going south. Was that evaluated, that steep, steep hill? I mean, I know I pull out there and I mean, all of a sudden I've got somebody 55 miles an hour that's right behind me.
Right. I know the intersection was looked at, but as far as, do you include sight distances, Tucker, in the traffic studies?
Yes, that type of stuff will be look at the construction plan review of the turn lane. There will probably be some adjustments in there. I know the hill you're talking about, it is.
It may require a merge lane on 55 to be able to get onto 55 south off of 34.
Okay, any other questions?
And Tucker, any thoughts on a turn lane going into the subdivision off of 34 or Hoffman? And we got improvements of 55 and we got improvements of 59, but there's nothing required going into the subdivision.
Yeah, based off the traffic study, the subdivision has multiple entrances, and so they divided the traffic going out where it didn't meet the requirements.
Okay.
And this one's a little easier to see. There's an entrance here and here, so 2 separate entrances, and
there's 3 of them.
3, there's a third one, right. So 1, 2, 3.
I have another question. On the south side, I guess, of the, I mean, it's of phase 2 and 3, there is some existing, I'm gonna call it landscape buffer that's along that south edge, is that going to, do we have building setbacks or, clearance setbacks? Or, could that, maybe some of that existing landscape buffer, would that be something that's eligible? Would the developer be amenable to that? I'm going to call it thin line of trees staying? It's on the south side.
I guess in the aerial,
It's from the west all the way through that first open space, through that red area, and then I think it stopped. See better there.
I just deleted the yellow box, I don't know if that makes it easier to see. So you're talking about along here?
Well, any of that is, I'm going to say, existing screening from the neighbors, any of that is, it's just a note of maybe trying to preserve that natural buffer.
All right, any other questions for staff? All right, I'm going to go ahead and go to our list of those signed up. David or you guys, either one want to speak? Collins?
Yes, sir. Aaron Collins, SE Civil. We don't have any plans to maintain the south line. There's actually a drainage ditch there, unless it's over the line. I mean, obviously, we can't touch what's not on our property. But I mean, that's something I can discuss with the developer. Excuse me?
On phase 2 or 3, what I'm talking about, I don't see any ponds on the south.
Right.
I don't think it's a drain. I know there's one drain that goes through there, but on the west side. Oh. Yeah.
So that 20-foot common area number 2 right there, that's going to be a drainage. That's going to be used for drainage.
So you're going to you'll clear that out? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant's representative? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I have 3 signed up in opposition. Frank Bailey, Senior.
First off, I want to say somebody paid the county highway department a lot of money to get them to say the road is capable of handling that. 2 18-wheelers can't even pass on that road each other without one running off the side. And second, I'd like to know the field that they want to put, what are y'all going to do about the bald eagles that lives over there? According to federal law, you can't disturb the bald eagle's nest. And I think if once I notify the Fish and Game Department of it, they'll want to do their 2-year study. And I don't understand why, it would be approved violating federal rules.
Okay. Anything else?
Pardon?
Anything else?
That's all.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm not going to ignore that. I'm going to come back to it. Frank Bailey, Jr.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to integrate, like I said, we got 2 bald eagles that do go there, and under federal law, they cannot be disturbed. Now, I also drive a truck, and I've been driving a semi for 32 years. I haul oversized loads, all that. County Road 34 is not going to be able to handle the traffic. It's just too small of a road. And the drainage ditches are not going to handle the runoff from the water when all that rain starts coming back down. It just cannot handle it. It can't handle it now. The town of Somerdale is not going to be able to handle that many houses because of our volunteer fire department. It's just going to be impossible. So we're looking at a lot of houses that possibly cannot have the protections that they need. Then you got to stop and think about the police department. You know, our police department is very limited. We got to think about protections. How are we going to protect them and everything in that? Then all the traffic, like I say, they're going to be running trucks up and down that road. Are we going to have a weight limit on that road? Because we got 2 low-bearing bridges. Not bridges, but culverts. How are we going to stop a big truck from caving in on one fully loaded? Ted Lassick Road, you bring an 80,000-pound truck down there, that culvert over time will collapse. I've seen it. Coming down Davis Road, if you come down Davis Road over that bridge, over time, that bridge will collapse from overweight trucks. How are we going to protect that? How are y'all going to protect it? I mean, that's my question. How are y'all going to protect it?
All right, we'll get back to you on that one. Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you, sir. All right, Bernice Nobles.
I live on a road right next to those neighbors, and I don't know if they've done this study during the rainy season, but in rainy season, that floods out there. I've had to call the county 2 or 3 times out there to try to clean that up, get it to drain better, and it still don't work very good, but it's better. But when you build all that up in there, it's going to cause flooding, and the water has nowhere to go. And the road, like you said, the road's too small. Traffic's just like 59 up and down that road. And then go down to 55, they're building that school, that's going to double the traffic. And I don't know what happened to phase 1, because when I got a letter, phase 1 had already took place. And I didn't know what happened to phase 1.
Phase 1 was approved, preliminary plat.
I didn't get my opinion on that one because I was here too late. I got my letter too late.
Okay.
But I don't think it's going to work, and I'm opposed to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, that's all I had signed up. Ashley, you want to add anything about? I do know for a fact, it's ironic that this came up about the bald eagles. I have a friend that lives less than a quarter mile from here that actually sent me pictures of the 2 bald eagles. Now, I don't know where they live. They were just, he happened to have the pictures of them on his property. So what, Ashley, you have anything to add about that item?
I'm not aware of the eagle's nest, but if they're going to be within 660 feet of a nest, we can contact U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and if they're going to build within that area, then there are some incidental take permits that may be required. So if it's on the it's the responsibility of the developer, if they see them, to map them and contact the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to determine if anything's needed. I can investigate it, go out and look at it if someone will give me the area, and I can also contact Fish and Wildlife.
Okay.
And how would that affect phase 1?
Depends on
If
whether,
anything.
if they're there and if they're on the property. I'm not aware of it, or I would have already investigated it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have a question. How wide is County Road 34 here? Is that an 18-foot road? And it's a pretty teeny tiny narrow road. Would the developer consider paving between 55 and 59, or paying to widen that road out to help accommodate these people, if that could be a consideration?
I want to say that's a 20-foot wide road. I need to confirm that.
Is County Road 32 20 feet, or is that wider?
No, it's wider, 32.
It's wider, so this 20-foot road?
Yeah. Most of our major collector stuff are 24-foot wide.
Okay. Any other questions by the Planning Commission for either staff or somebody else we've already heard from? All right, that's all I had signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
I would just like to ask the question again so that I'm clear on the bald eagle situation and the impact that that could have. And under those circumstances of not knowing exactly where we are, should we table this issue until we have a better answer to that? That could impact both
So it's
our decision as well as the developer's ability.
So a couple of things to just keep in mind. Bald eagles are not endangered at all anymore. They used to be they were completely delisted, I think, in 2007. They still do have some protections, though. I think you could just make a condition to actually take a look at that and see if there are nests on the site. And then if there are, they're not going to start breaking ground for months because they still have to go through the construction phase and everything. And we would be able to make sure they had everything required during that. So that's what the public hearing's for. They've let us know that there's a potential of something, and so now we're going to look into it. But people could say this on every single site, and that could really bog down our meeting. So it's a great opportunity to use a condition.
Okay.
Having that answer, I would move that we approve the application subject to the determination of the bald eagle situation as it impacts this development.
Okay, Mr. Brewer's made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Mr. Bolton seconded the motion. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. One no. Okay, motion carries. All right, let's go on to the next item. We'll open up the public hearing now for case number SPP 23-19, Live Oak Grove. Anybody need to declare prior communication on this item?
Where's the display thing? Make it.
Because you opened up PDF.
Oh, no. What is the font?
And while they're doing this, after this item, if anybody wants a break, we'll break again. But if you don't tell me so, I'll keep going.
Mr. Chairman, while they're pulling this up, the bulk of our remaining citizenry opposition is for our last case, and it almost makes me wonder if we skip to that last case so that way we can hear them, they can get moving, and then I think we might only have one opposition person signed up other than that.
You want to do that now?
We could even do that right now. That would be the cell tower for Vertical Bridge LLC.
Yeah, and then that way I'm here for sure, because
Okay.
I have to leave early.
All right, so let's do that.
The cell tower case, we're going ahead and moving that up now, so y'all don't have to wait another hour and a half before we get to it.
All right, so we'll open the public hearing now for case number CSP 23-26, the Vertical Bridge LLC. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Due to the fact that we do have several citizens here in opposition to this development, I am not going to skip through many of the slides. I'm going to go through the full staff report here. This consideration is for CSP 2326, the Vertical Bridge. The request is, this property is located in Planning District 15, currently zoned RA.
You move that a little closer to your mouth so that way they can hear it a little bit more. They're having a little trouble hearing it across.
Can y'all hear me better? Okay. Sorry about that. Move it down so it's like I can't actually see. All right. The subject property is located west of County Road 66 and north of County Road 64. The total acreage of the property consists of approximately 17 acres. The applicant is Vertical Bridge, and the property owner is Mr. Louis Lazary. The current zoning, as I mentioned, is RA, and the applicant is requesting a commission site plan approval for the construction of a 100 by 80 area to build a 255-foot tall self-supported tower. Here's your locator and site map. The adjacent land uses are rural and residential. Here's the requirements for zoning. The cell tower is a conditional use in RA. Here's your zoning table, property images. Here's the site plan, and then a zoomed in area of the proposed leased area, which is the 100 by 80. But jurisdictional wetlands are present, and the applicant has provided us the wetlands delineation showing that they are able to maintain the minimum 30-foot non-disturbed wetland setback. This is distance measurement that the applicant provided us from the location of the cell tower to each residence that's surrounding the parcel. I can zoom in if y'all need me to. Here's a proposed projected 3D image where you can see in the cell tower towards the end. Here's some elevations and some wood fence detailing for the compound. Proposed landscape buffers. Proposed trees. Staff has used our current analysis and compared that this requirement does meet with all of our analysis. I'm going to skip through this. The future land use map for the subject property does conform with the requirements. There are no agency comments, and staff's recommendation is for approval of the projected cell tower.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
Have you all done any work on the issue of radio frequency to the neighboring houses? I see you have a different map than we have that shows the distance to the houses, but radio frequency is sometimes referred to as RF, is sometimes of concern to people in this day and age.
That might be a good question for the applicant. I know that he is here somewhere in the crowd.
We'll
Not
get
sure.
to that then. If you can, if we need to get the applicant, we'll do that. Any other questions for staff?
I have a question. Do you know if this tower is constructed to fold in on itself rather than fall over?
I do not know the answer to that question. Maybe also a good question for them. And here, just so you know, according to their measurements, it looks like at the closest residence from the cell tower is at about 695 feet away.
And I'll go ahead and ask the question. I can appreciate that. Well, obviously, it doesn't impact the existing, but if I'm the neighbor to the west, and I don't know if they're here or not, but I feel like I would be impacted because you're putting a tower and it kind of prevents me from developing my property. I sure wouldn't want to pull a lot where that tower could potentially fall.
The property owner owns that parcel to the west. Yes.
That helps then.
Yes.
How about to the south?
He does not own that parcel to the south that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, any other questions for staff? All right. Give me a second, we'll pull up. All right. All right, is Patton Hahn the representative or the owner, or you can explain? Since you're the only one in support of it.
That would be me.
Okay.
I'm Patton Hahn. I'm an attorney at Baker Donaldson, and we, can you hear me all right? We represent the applicant, and I guess I want to start first with the questions that were raised, and then I want to talk about just a couple of other things.
Can you speak up and get closer to the mic, please?
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. On the RF emissions, there is no independent study going to each of those homes. It's, this tower will have equipment from T-Mobile and potentially up to 3 other carriers. That equipment will have to comply with all FCC guidelines for emissions, and it absolutely will comply with those. There is no separate independent study that will be done. You had a question, I believe, if you could repeat that.
Yes, we have storm events.
Yes, ma'am. About the fall radius, I believe.
Yes.
This tower is designed to fall within a 70 feet radius, which means it will be on the subject parcel that it's on.
That was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Also, there was a request about, I think, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the property owner to the south, and if you could go back to that, I do believe that that property to the south is also owned by Mr. Lazzari, who, he's not actually our landlord. It's not a lease. He's given us an easement to construct this tower.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant's representative?
Not that it really matters, but how long is the lease for?
It's a permanent easement.
Okay.
But the easement would lapse if the tower is no longer used.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, I'll go down and I'll do this as I've said before. Since there are so many of you, if somebody says something that you agree with, just I'll give you a chance to raise your hand. But let's start with Glenn Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. I moved over in Baldwin County in 1965 from Mobile, and I've seen a lot of changes in Baldwin County. I live in Sherman Estates, which is to the east of this tower. This tower has not, as they reported just a minute ago, there has been several instances where they do record all this frequency. I used to work for the Corps of Engineers for 45 years. We had towers concerning some of this. We had to take the towers down because it creates radiation. My wife had cancer about 10 years ago. There's a lot of children in our subdivision. We have a lot of children in our subdivision. And this is really close to our neighborhood. And I'm, for one, oppose it because there's a lot of land in Baldwin County, sir, that is available for that tower to be placed somewhere else besides our location. Loxley is growing so fast, sir, and I feel like in our lifespan, which I don't know when that's going to be, when the Lord comes back, but I feel like there's other places that tower could be placed. And we have a lot of children, like I say, in our subdivision now, and it's a growing subdivision, Sherman Estates, which is right off County Road 66, and we're east of that tower that's proposed to be. And I would like to say, please consider this, because there is other things concerning this radiation, because the Corps of Engineers, which I worked for 45 years, had to take down their towers because of this reason. Thank you for my report.
Thank you. All right, does anybody else have those same concerns? Raise your hand if you do. I see one back. All right. How about Eric DeSosa? Eric, if I mispronounced your name, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it happens a lot. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. So some of the things that I'm going to say are a little bit duplicative, but I've been waiting for 3 hours, so I'm going to say them anyway. I'm going to need all of 9 minutes to get through this, and I think there are at least a couple people that will yield me their time. So, good evening. My name is Eric D'Souza. I'm a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, also have a Master's of Science in Mechanical Engineering and Total Ship Systems Engineering. I've been in the United States Navy for 16 years, and I'm also currently the president of Charmont North HOA, which is just to the north of the Charmont Estates neighborhood. So we're directly across the street from the subject permit site in the north of County Road 66 and east of 66 North. So my purpose for coming here today is to urge you to recommend denial of this permit request due to so many unknowns regarding electromagnetic or radio frequency radiation from communications towers and the biological effects to animals and humans, especially children. I have 2 children under the age of 6, as well as 1 on the way, and several members of our community also have children that would be affected by the proximity of this cell tower to their homes, i.e. the place that they spend the majority of their time and where they sleep. If you do a cursory Google search about the potential harmful effects of radio frequency radiation, we'll call it RFR, you won't find much from the top search results. In fact, nearly every search result will reassure you that the only type of radiation you should be concerned about is ionizing radiation, which really only comes from X-rays, from medical exams, and gamma rays, like from a nuclear detonation. Most sources will also tell you that the only thing non-ionizing radiation can do is heat substances like in a microwave or UV radiation from the sun. And that there is little to no chance that that type of radiation can cause any sort of health hazard. That argument immediately falls apart, though, when you see how many people are dying around the world from skin cancer. Both the CDC and OSHA characterize UV light as non-ionizing. Just because something isn't ionizing radiation doesn't mean it isn't inherently dangerous to biological tissue. In this case, especially, we see the effects on individuals that are barely, wrong page. Yes. Anecdotally, while polling our neighboring community of Charmant Estates, one of the women questioned why she should be concerned about RFR. She cited the fact that her grandmother had had a cell tower on her farmland for 20 years and lived to be 99 before she passed. The quote this resident gave was, "All she ever got was paid because there's good money in leasing land to communications companies." I would argue that she probably did have some level of cumulative RFR exposure, but generally, no one questions a seemingly natural death for a person over 80 or 85. To help illustrate my point, let's look at what the CDC recommends for exposure to a radiation event, such as a nuclear power plant meltdown, thinking Chernobyl type event. Based on age, there's a dosing chart for taking potassium iodide pills in order to stop the thyroid's absorption of radioactive iodine, I-131. Interestingly enough, it's typically only required or recommended for individuals under 40 years old because cells are still growing and multiplying more quickly in the younger population. I don't think it's unreasonable to make a similar comparison to living near cell phone towers. Cell phones have only been especially common to use for about 30 years, so we don't necessarily know what the long-term effects of living near these towers are, especially for children. People in their 70s now were already over the age of 40 when cell phones became mainstream. Let's talk about the safe distance from RFR. There are numerous studies, both in the US and around the world, that recommend a minimum of 400 to 500 meters, so at least a quarter of a mile, of separation between a cell tower and hospitals, schools, or homes to minimize the possibility of adverse effects from RFR. Several countries even have setback laws which require that 500-meter buffer, but the US is not one of them. For the permit in question, the nearest homes, as we saw, would be about 200 meters from the base of the tower, and at least 40 homes are within the quarter-mile radius. The mailing list for this hearing is no longer on the Planning and Zoning website, but I believe there are only 8 or 9 addressees even notified of this permit request. Since this is slated to be a T-Mobile tower, it's also worth noting that the line from T-Mobile's SEC filing in FY14, quote, "Allegations have been made that the use of wireless handsets and wireless transmission equipment, such as cell towers, may be linked to various health concerns, including cancer and brain tumors," end quote. That's not significantly different from other wireless companies, but I mention it because even if the companies don't acknowledge potential health hazards, they at least recognize it as a substantial insurance risk. I know that in our fast-paced and innovative society, it probably seems ridiculous to push back against something that should make our lives easier. Who am I to stand in the way of capitalism? After all, innovation is what has led us to be the greatest country in the world. I also believe that people should be able to do whatever they please with their private property, unless it can adversely affect their neighbor's health. What I don't love about capitalism is that money almost literally talks. Working in DoD acquisition community, I've had a unique experience identifying biases among competing organizations, everyone advocating for themselves, and they can usually find or pay for data that supports their cause to continue making money for themselves and their shareholders. Typically, the biggest wallet has the loudest voice, and in this case, we're basically begging for change on the street corner. In our on-demand world, people want faster cell phones and quicker internet, and their Amazon package to show up 30 minutes after they click buy. Our pace of advancement is greatly ahead of our understanding of potential risks. If we say that something has no known risks, it's because we don't know. If you don't look, you won't find anything. During my time in the Navy thus far, I've personally been exposed to various non-ionizing electromagnetic fields that have wiped information off of ID cards and credit cards in my pockets or reset my Casio wristwatch to spontaneously glow during the day. I've also witnessed the same RFR kill birds nearly in mid-flight. In the same time period, I've served with multiple individuals who specialize in short-range communication systems, and they died from or developed brain cancer in their mid-40s without any previous family history. One of those individuals was even a healthy guest at my wedding in 2014, but died only a year later from aggressive brain cancer. It's important to note that all of the equipment they were using was non-ionizing as well, and they were exposed to RFR within FCC limits. An Israeli paper published in the journal Environmental Research, volume 216, part 2, in January of this year, studied 93 young cancer patients who had been exposed to occupational RFR, not living next to a cell tower, just working in close proximity about 5 days a week in Belgium, Poland, and Israel. With a median age of diagnosis of 23 years old, they found a strong correlation with these individuals' exposure to RFR and resulting cancer diagnoses. They highlighted the gross inadequacy of the thermal standards published by the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, the ICN-IRP, and they endorsed a recommendation to reclassify RFR as a Group 1 human carcinogen with the International Agency for Research on Cancer, the IARC. We all have our own motivations for what we're passionate about. I'm here because I love my children. As a military member and a government employee, I've been exposed to depleted uranium ammunition as well as firefighting foam, commonly known as AFFF, which have documented health risks, including kidney damage and cancer, respectively. One of our other neighbors that would live directly across the street from the subject tower was exposed at length to burn pits in the global war on terror. As military members, we assumed at the time that all of those things were safe for us. We trusted that the government had our best interests in mind. We were wrong, but we chose that path for ourselves. We knew that military service has inherent risks that we were willing to take so that our children would be safe at home. Having been through that, I and we cannot accept placing our children at a similar unknown risk in our own backyards. Years from now, we may discover that living near cell towers was in fact hazardous to people's health, irrespective of whether they're 4G, LTE, or 5G. We may discover that children that grew up next to cell towers have a much higher incidence of cancer or other diseases than those that didn't. In the meantime, I wouldn't be able to look myself in the mirror if I didn't do everything that I could to keep my children safe and healthy. That's why I'm here today asking you to disapprove or recommend denial of this permit. I won't ask you to disclose your personal opinions in a public forum, but you're going to vote on it soon anyway. I will ask you to reflect on whether or not you would want your family to live and sleep less than 2 football fields, potentially, from a radiation source that we assume is safe. Just because we've put up cell towers near homes and schools in the past doesn't mean we should continue doing it. A man I greatly admire likes to say, "We reserve the right today to be smarter than we were yesterday." And there are plenty of opportunities in Baldwin County, as we've said, to put towers like this greater than 500 meters from homes. You have the power to stop this from happening. You have the power to affect the health of the kids in our neighborhood for the rest of their lives. I hope that me being here today will help you decide that the health of our children is more important than the speed people can access their Facebook. If you do decide to recommend approval of this permit and we learn down the road that there is indeed a health risk to humans from living near cell towers, I hope you remember this moment when you could have done something about this and didn't. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to take Mr. D'Souza at his word. I'm going to assume a couple of you are going to pass. If you don't, the last 2 on the list won't get called on. So not being ugly, but we got a lot to cover. So Sandy Dawson. Walter McNeil.
I have pictures. To be clear, we don't have a time allotment scenario.
Well, the applicant has the time because he's paid to be here. He paid for the application. So I understand, but that's the way we work. We have to. So go ahead.
Maybe y'all shouldn't put so much stuff on the agenda for one night.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sirs, madam. I agree with a lot the last gentleman said. We live at the 650-foot mark from this. There are 13 towers and 34 antennas in a 3-mile radius of 13248 J.B. Williams Road, 650 feet from this proposed tower. There's a such thing that the FCC has. It's called a significant gap. That's what that proposes is this actually necessary for a significant gap in coverage? There is no significant gap where this is proposed to be. None. 13 towers and 34 antennas. Lightning, diesel, everything that this thing represents for our community, my residential community, even though we're surrounded by RA, the next lot from us is owned by us. It's zoned RA still. Back in 1965, when a patriarch of our family bought it, it was RA. Things change, but they shouldn't be changing for the worse. And I know about these RF things, same as he does, and you can quote this and you can quote that. You can quote Germans, you can quote Israelis. They're showing the same thing, that things are happening to folks. There's just not enough time. The same thing can be said for DDT, asbestos, and many, many other things. I mean, you see it on TV all day long. They're saying, hey, if you've taken this, guess what? You got a lawyer. Let's call me. Let's get something done about it. We can stop this. There's no reason for this thing to go up. None. I prepared something to write, but I get so upset about it. But anyway, we haven't had time to even get ready for this. We didn't know this was happening. And apparently, by the plans, it was at least done by October of 22. So I could have been prepared and done some more study myself so I could be more informed. But there are several things that could have been happening. Let's take the bald eagle and stuff around here that's in the environment. There's a NEPA checklist that's supposed to be gone out. Unless the U.S. Fish and Wildlife gives you a blanket coverage. That's also a term that they use. And so I haven't heard or seen anything about any of that. There are things like, there are so many things like an ASR number. That's if you've been given a FONSI, which is a finding of no hazard. A finding of no hazard, y'all probably heard before. I just learned about it in the last 5 days that we got a letter in the mail this past Saturday. This is something that shouldn't be just run through. There are a lot of us. There's pictures like this right here. That's where I took, just so y'all can see. This right here shows where our property is as opposed to that. Where this picture is right here, where that tree is, that's where that thing's basically going to be standing up. 265 feet, by the way, because it has a 10-foot antenna on top of it. Again, the lightning. Lightning can travel 2 miles from where it goes and hits the ground. It comes from the ground, by the way. And so it needs a ground. And that's what the earth is. Long story short, there are so many things that I don't even have time to go by this. There's a picture that was put on y'all's website today, September the 7th, 2023, is it's what it was, and it was not anything like that right there. It showed something that looked about 50, 60 foot tall. That has absolutely nothing to do with something like this right here. And this is just the top people, T-Mobile. There's also Verizon, AT&T. They're going to be putting these things up and down this thing all the way around. And we have to live under these beams. They say, well, you'd have to be in front of the beam. What about living under it 24/7? What about listening to the hum? What about the diesel? Every time that thing cranks up, okay, and you have to listen and smell this thing out there at your pool or your yard or whatever you're doing, because they do crank these things up. They're on a time time deal. I know this because of I've been doing this all my life. I've been a construction worker and a maintenance guy all my life. And so I know how these things work. I didn't see a catch pool for any diesel that might be coming out of that thing either. We're directly downhill. Anything that it hits the ground, it's going to run to us, especially if it rains on it before it's picked up. And as far as the bald eagles, they're out there in those trees that I just showed you right there. These trees right there, and many, many other animals that are in those two ponds that's around where this proposed site is. And not only that, there's a lot more land that's owned by the same family that they don't have to put that thing 650 feet from us. So I'm just saying, I don't want to tell a man what he can do with his land, but we weren't even told about this thing. It may be my ignorance that I didn't see it in the paper, but who's got a paper now? Where did it go? Usually these things you're going to put in a paper. We don't have a paper. There's no, unless you're paying to get it digitally now, there is no paper. But my thing is this. If we were allowed to even broach this idea and know about this idea, maybe we could have come to a better understanding about this instead of having so much diversity in this one room. There's a bunch I wanted to say, and of course I got off track, but there's many, many more things. And if it has to go through, there's a bunch of stuff I'd like to know about this thing. I'd like to know what the ASR is, I'd like to know how many rims, how many metal rims I'm going to be juiced with, and I don't have a metal roof. So it's not going to block anything. Those shades go straight through them shingles. If I had a metal roof, it will slow some down. But you can't, there are so many things it does. It stops folks from sleeping. Certain people, especially women, it gives them nausea. There's so many things that have not had enough study. And so I'm just hoping that we don't push this thing through today. And that we don't just let everything be said. And I understand this as well. I know that the FCC has a hand in this thing, and it's a heavy hand. But there's no reason why a moratorium couldn't be called on an interim zoning issue and get this thing changed before you just push it through. I mean, I have several nieces and nephews within the 700-800 feet from this thing. And so, not to mention my wife and everybody else, my brother-in-laws, and we have a lot of family there. We've been there since 1966. They have.
Mr. McNeil, can you wrap it up? We need to go on.
Yes, sir.
We've got a lot more to talk about.
Yes, sir. Well, I had 6 minutes, so I figured I was all right.
Yeah. All right, we're way past that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Shauna McNeil.
And I do want to clarify that we want to hear everybody's concerns, but there's no added value to cumulative raising of concerns. The commission is taking them all very seriously. That's what they do every single month when they hear these.
I understand that, but I also want to share my personal situation with all of you. I'm Shauna McNeil. I own 2 parcels of land on the north side adjoining the sight line. My backyard is in direct view of this tower. If you were in my position, you would have 100 thoughts and fears running through your mind, just like I do. Researching this topic is not something I planned on doing with a week's notice. I was out of town when the letter came. I received a certified letter in my mailbox that nobody signed for. Don't know how that happened. Just a few side effects I've read about in this past week have been headaches, nausea, dizziness, cognitive issues, and cancer. A big issue discussing this topic is that there are very few long-term studies in humans. There are two sides to every study. Some's going to say, you're fine. Others are going to say, no, you're not. In addition, 4G and 5G work differently, so one study may not work for the other. Either way, these towers emit radiation, and exposure to this day after day is not something that I want my family exposed to. At the very least, we know there is a fair reason to investigate this further before putting Baldwin County residents, in particular those of J.B. Williams, Charmont subdivisions, and others that are nearby. Let's don't put them at risk. Now let's discuss the property value. My real estate agent has already told me that a potential buyer would say no to a property that overlooks this obnoxious tower in their straight line of view in their backyard. This is a very quiet neighborhood. Any sound or buzzing is going to carry right through all of our yards, so those peaceful evenings outside is not going to exist anymore. What about lights on it? I have no idea. It'll be seen from my backyard. It'll be seen from my windows. The signs that'll be attached to it: danger, caution. Whose property value would not be affected by this? It's a serious concern if this is approved, because I have no choice but to sell if it is approved. And my family has owned this property since the 60s. Speaking of families, let's discuss some of the people that will be affected. Currently, my daughter, who is pregnant, lives in the home that I'm talking about right now, along with her husband, her 3-year-old, her 1-year-old. The next adjoining property is where I have plans to build a home and live next to them. It's vacant right now. The next adjoining parcel is my sister and her husband. The next parcel is my other sister. The next parcel is my son, his wife, and baby. My whole family is affected by this, every one of us. So, as citizens of Baldwin County, we're relying on you to protect us tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Austin Childress. All right, thank you. Rebecca Colwell. Miss Carter, or Mr. Is it Olive Carter?
That was me.
Oh.
I went for, yeah, he spoke and he would've let you up there.
Well, he did a good job for you. All right, Morgan Dawson. All right, and then I had a neutral, Kim Hyman.
You do need to come to the microphone.
You'll have to come to the microphone. I can't.
Yeah, the lady next to me did say she had a couple of comments if we had a minute. My only thing was that we were not given what I feel is adequate notification of the hearing. My letter, I would have never gotten had it not been for this young lady here, because my letter was mailed to Mexico. And when I said something to somebody about the fact that I didn't get it, they said, it's not our problem. So I hope that's not how the other Baldwin County residents are treated. I hope you give this some serious consideration and take into account how it affects us. My property directly adjoins where this is supposed to be going. And it'll be another thing that I get to look out at my back window. So thank you for that few minutes.
Okay. And ma'am, if you wanted to speak, you need to go ahead and come up. I've already forgotten what's your name, but you can come up and give us your name.
So I am the top.
What was your name again?
Rebecca Colwell.
Okay.
Normally, I don't care what you do on your property. I'm not a Karen. All right, so I know the dangers of these towers. I'm nervous. Most of us folks are older here in this room, just about all of us. And I'm telling you, a lot of the Gen X and millennials are against 5G networks. It's not just older people. A lot of the young folks are against 5G. They're against these cell towers. 5G is not even fast. My son can't even play his PlayStation, hardly. 5G has not made a difference, honestly. If you talk to the young kids, TikTok, Snapchat, you get into those forums, you'll see how badly they talk about it. I mean, the young generations know about these risks, and they're against this. You know, my husband, he was exposed to harmful chemicals, pollutants, in Iraq. He has recently been diagnosed with one of those conditions from being exposed to burn pits. And I find it it's really hard on me because, I mean, I'm scared. I'm scared for my child. He's here tonight. You know, and if I don't say nothing, that makes me a horrible, horrible parent. So, you know, I'm here trying to beg y'all, please don't allow that cell tower. You know, my husband, this men right here, they fought for our freedoms and stuff, and now we're living in fear in our own homes because we know that radiation's not good. You know, the mainstream, you know, there's a lot of lies going on. This stuff does affect people. People has gotten brain cancer from it. A lot of the young folks today are totally against 5G. It's not just us older folks. The young folks know about all this. I'm hoping that y'all can turn down the, you know, the proposal about, you know, the cell tower going up. Please.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
All right, thank you. All right, that's the last I had signed up to speak. I will close the public hearing. It's your chance to, you guys have any questions for staff? Staff, you have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that as the citizens that were speaking here regarding to receiving the notices, DJ and Brenda were checking for each person, and each person received at least 13 days ahead. That's when the letters were sent out. The only person that did have less time but was still within the minimum requirement days was the lady in white that came up here.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any questions? Okay.
I have one comment. When we started this meeting, you told everybody to turn their cell phone off. And everybody out there turned their cell phone off. It's all right to have it wherever, as long as it's in somebody else's yard. Nobody did not stop that. I'm just saying, it's all right as long as it's in somebody else's yard. And I'd like to thank that gentleman for his service.
Okay.
What kind of abilities do we have with site plans? I mean, I understand what we have with zoning and subdivisions, but with site plans or?
This is a conditional use, so you do have a broader opportunity to choose to approve or deny it because it's not permitted by right.
Good. Okay. Ms. Burnett?
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to phrase this. I'm not quite sure how to phrase it.
Mm-hmm.
In my experience, that if cell service is terrible, people want towers. If cell service is working and they're able to function and do all the things they need to, like make phone calls, check their emails, then additional service is not needed, in my experience. I'd be interested to know the coverage map and whether this was really needed in that area. And cell towers have been around a long time. I'm trying to think, about 25 years. And they've always caused a problem, and I am aware of possible, I guess it's called radiation, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if the rules have changed recently, and, you know, technology changes. I don't know if that still is, if it still has harmful emissions like it did 25 years ago, 15 years ago. I don't know enough about it. So is there a possibility we could table it and find out if coverage is even needed? You know, what's the protocol for that?
If you feel that you don't have
Ask
enough.
the applicant? Can we ask the applicant?
Yeah, I
that?
think we can.
I mean, yeah, please.
As part of our full application materials, which were submitted to the department, we submitted, I think, 10 or 15 pages of coverage maps showing specifically that there's a significant gap in coverage in this material, in this area. And I don't know if those were made available to you.
Those were not in our packets. No.
Is it gap of 5G? Is it gap of total?
This tower will provide 5G coverage.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking gaps. Is it a gap of 5G coverage? Is it a gap of no service?
I don't know if we have the ability to put these on the screen or not.
I don't have that page.
Were these submitted, you did receive these?
I don't have that page. Mm-mm.
There is a significant, I mean, it is almost a no coverage area for T-Mobile within that area. And there are no towers within the area that T-Mobile can co-locate its equipment and fill that gap.
Then my question to staff would be, do you get complaints about no service?
I haven't received any complaints, but we actually received, I don't think the person's here, but we actually received somebody that was happy about it regarding.
Okay. Let me just say that I think that it's difficult. The colony is huge. We do get complaints all the time about either the lack of broadband or the lack of cell coverage. And during our recent master plan meetings, I don't know if it was one that y'all were involved in or not, but it was actually one of the public hearings. One of the chief complaints was the lack of cell tower coverage throughout Baldwin County. Now, I understand that that's, was it this location itself? Obviously, it wasn't specific to this location.
Hey, can we let him speak, because no one spoke over y'all, and so let's give Matthew the same courtesy, please.
Does he have proof to back up that he was calling?
Let's let Matthew speak to what he wants to talk to.
And I am not in any way trying to differ from what they're saying. I'm just telling you what we hear in the department. And I'm not saying that supports it in this location. And we can quickly check our citizen serve application, but what Fabi is telling me is that we didn't receive the report that they're saying that they provided to us, and it's all documented online if we either did or didn't. Here's the thing. If we did, it's available to the public because you can go on there and click it. Now, I realize a lot of people don't know how to navigate all that. So, but we could table this item for a second and verify that. Now, I don't know that makes any difference, but certainly it sounds like that's something you all would like to see, and we can make sure we get it in your hands.
Chairman, I don't want to bring up any other issues I think there's a better way to get cell coverage than what's proposed, in my opinion. Because where I live, we have but a tower, but it's not nearly that tall. We have a lot of trees, so it's spotty. We live with it because we're accustomed to it. But you can put antennas on just about anything rather than this type of tower? How many towers are there like this in the county? Do you know that? No? I don't think many. Just, do y'all know?
This is supposed to be the first of its kind.
So anyway, that's my comment.
I'm just curious if you've looked at other options in the area to put your equipment on, such as utility water tanks or anything to that extent.
If there were tall structures in the area, we would have located on those. It's a significantly faster, significantly cheaper option, and significantly less disruptive. We put this tower on the far southeast corner of this property because that's the farthest we could be away from any other properties.
Okay. I just know there's a water tower just to the west of you that has Verizon equipment on it, and I think another provider. So that's why I asked.
Certainly.
Okay, any other questions?
A question on the lighting of what this is proposed here. I'm sure it'll have a top light of some sort.
It would be generally a strobe light because it's over 200 feet.
Any other questions? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I spent a few years in Washington as the chief of staff for a group called the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, which was the President's policy advisor group on telecom issues. I've known a number of people who have served as chairman of the FCC as well as members of the FCC. This has been a problem and an issue since the very beginning of cell telephone coverage. I am very clear about technology and the growth of technology, but this has never been a settled issue as far as the professional people who do this. And as a result of that, I feel like that I need to move that this request be denied.
Okay, Mr. Boyer's made a motion to deny the request. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Mr. Fletcher has seconded the motion. Any questions, comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll have a roll call, please.
Okay. Mr. Davis. Mr.
Wait, I
Mullick.
just want to make sure.
Oh, yeah.
The motion was to deny.
The motion is to deny, so if you,
Okay. And so if you say no, that means you vote against the motion to deny, right? Okay.
Mr. Mullick.
No.
Mr. Boer.
Yes.
Mr. McKenzie. Ms. Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher. No? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Bolton. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favor and 3 opposed, so the motion carries to deny.
no.
Wait.
No.
No.
That was 4 noes, which
Danny said
are not in
no.
favor of the motion.
Oh, I thought he said.
Is that right?
I'm so sorry. Okay, the motion failed.
All right, so that motion failed to deny.
I might recommend a motion to table this till we gather some more information on if we need it for the RFR and other concerns that were brought forward, and, where we can get a complete packet on, some of the service gaps or coverage maps, or what are we trying to address here. I think enough concerns were brought forward to give us and my motion would be to table it until the next meeting.
Mr. Mullick's made a motion to table this item, so I have a second.
I second it.
Danny Bolton has Second the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, so it is tabled to the next meeting. All right, we will, I've had a request that we take a 5-minute break, so let's, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. reconvene to our agenda. We have several more items, but some of these I think will go fairly quick. Let's open the public hearing now for case number SPP 23-19 Live Oak Grove. I think that's where we left off.
Yes, we did. All right. So this is an 11-lot subdivision. They're all fairly large. The smallest lot is 3 acres and the largest is 8. Because these are large, things like traffic studies are not required. As far as drainage improvements, there are no changes required at this point. If they're a future subdivision, they might. There was a wetland study done. This one, the north is to the left. And one thing you'll see, they have proposed to install common drives because those are required. County Road 99, I believe that says. So this is the location, so you can see it's in the Lillian area. And so the condition on this one is just that the common drives had to be installed before final plat approval. So this is one of those things that would, if they didn't have common drives, it would have been a concurrent application. So fairly straightforward. Any questions?
Can you go back to that slide just with the common drive?
Yes. So the ones on the end, these flag lots have their own drives, and then the ones in the center share. Every other lot has one. And I know some of these are hard to see. These are in the back, these are all flag lots. And each lot has its own 30-foot ingress, egress, or it's a flag. And so the two adjacent ones, these are 60 feet wide here with the two combined drives.
Ms. Mitchell, this is so simple, I know, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Down in the wetlands, are those setback lines or easement lines that run down into into the wetland area?
This is something we do. We require the setbacks all around the perimeter, even though there is a wetland building setback. You couldn't actually build on that, but some, if like it's non-jurisdictional, you could conceivably fill those wetlands. So we want to make sure it kind of memorializes where the building setback would be, like if there were no wetlands, but then you also have the wetland on top of that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I have a question. That top right, I'm assuming you're saying these lots have their own drives, the top left, the bottom left, and the top right?
I guess this one goes here.
Oh, go back
This
to
is
that
for these.
one?
This one, this one has its own drive. This one's not shared. So the ones that don't have the red square.
Is it delineated where that drive is?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to zoom in on it. Okay. So here's their driveway, and then you have these two share one, these two flag lots share one. This one must have its own. These two share one, and then these two share one.
Okay, go to the bottom left, please. Bottom left.
Like over where the wetlands are?
No, and over to the left, yes.
Okay.
Is this that bottom left one, a common drive?
This one has a flag lot here, and that one has its own drive.
Okay.
Because this is just 30 feet wide.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Gosh, you can't see that.
Okay, I have one sign up, Mr. Matthew Burkett. Do you wish to speak? Okay. Anybody have any questions for the applicant? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Who was that? Oh, Mike. All right. Mr. McKenzie's made a motion to approve. Mr. Bolton seconded it. Any question or comments? That was subject to conditions, right? Yes. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case is open public hearing for case number SC 23-27, re-subdivision of Lot 4, Frog Hollow.
And this is
Does
fabulous.
anybody need to clear prior communication on this item?
Oh, there you go. So I can do it for you, but.
All right.
Yes, sorry about that. Let me just gather my thoughts here real quick. All right, this request is for a subdivision, concurrent SC 2327, re-subdivision of Lot 4 Frog Hollow, a proposed two-lot subdivision. The subject property is located east of Jack Springs Road and north of Splinter Hill Road, located in Planning District 2. The citizens have not implemented zoning. The proposed lots are equally 2.5 acres each. And I'm gonna go through the slides here. Here's your proposed plat. These lots will be accessed through a shared common driveway. So I have that highlighted here at the top. And there's also a note for whenever these lots are sold, that the property owners are aware that these will have to be shared driveways. Staff is recommending approval, and we will grant final plat approval within 90 days after the plat's been circulated. I do have any other slides in case you have any questions regarding this.
Any questions for staff?
I have a question. Is this part of an existing subdivision?
Yes.
Is the existing subdivision called Frog Hollow?
Yes, this is lot 4.
Would that have, say, minimum lot sizes in that existing one of maybe 3 acres?
No, this is not zoned, so the minimum lot size would be technically just 40,000 square feet, and they're proposing 2.5 acre lots
And
each.
there's no conflicts with what we have, or what was previously approved with quote-unquote the subdivision Frog Hollow?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Glenn, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, but do you wish to speak? No. Okay. But you're here if we have any questions. Anybody have any questions? Okay. All right, if nothing else, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, Danny Bolton has made a motion to approve, seconded by Mr. Booyer. Any questions, comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, we'll open the public hearing now for case number SC 23-30, the Kavanaugh subdivision. Anybody need to declare prior communication on this item?
All right, Commissioner, and this is also pretty straightforward. 2-lot subdivision, Kavanaugh subdivision located west of County Road 64 and east of Osprey Lane, located in Planning District 13. Zoning has not been implemented. The proposed large lot is going to be 2.38 acres, and the smallest are actually, they're both the same size. Here's a plat, image of your plat, and again, staff's recommending approval with no conditions. Happy to answer any questions.
Question I have are the easements that are around the perimeter, are those existing? Because it looks like they're imposing easements beyond the property.
No, those are not existing, those are proposed.
Those are
easements.
proposed?
Yes.
And if he doesn't own the property, he can't impose easements on that property. Is all that right, Matthew?
Yeah, and I just want to make sure, Bobby, you understand the question where it says lot 6.
Mm-hmm.
And he's showing some type of dashed line there.
I think that might be the parcel next to it and not the easements for this subdivision. I think he just included like the dotted lines.
We do have the surveyor here.
Mhm.
Okay, he can answer that
Yes.
question.
Anybody else, while he's coming up, anybody else have any questions for staff? Okay.
Hey, I'm Trent Wilson with Wygan Wilson. That's the existing easement
Your
on
existing
Lot
easement.
6. Yeah,
Okay.
in the current subdivision. This is a relatively new subdivision that's being, I say relatively new, I'm not sure exactly how old it is, but it's new enough that it's got easements on it, so.
Okay, perfect. All right. Anybody else have any questions?
And this division in this I don't want to say it's particular lot, but is this lot in an existing subdivision or no?
Yes, this lot
And just to
was,
verify, we don't have any problems with the other existing neighbors with, or
Yes,
things we're
as you
involved with Kavanaugh subdivision?
they do have the reference to the subdivision Osprey Eagle Lane, Lot 1 of Osprey Eagle Lane, in their header.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move we approve.
Mr. Bowyer's made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Mr. Davis seconded the motion. Any question or comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll open the public hearing now for case number SC 23-31, which is the BFLC Elam Creek East Phase 5 subdivision. Anybody need to declare prior communication on this item?
Okay, this is a fairly straightforward one. This is a 5-lot subdivision.
Never say that.
This is Plan District 13 and is not zoned. Traffic study and drainage reports are not required because they are all over 3 acres. This was a little complicated. Well, I shouldn't say complicated. It's 2 different subdivisions in BFLC fashion that they're re-subdividing, but in this case it's a little unusual because they have one lot that crosses over from one subdivision to the other. So that's why they had to replat both of them. So the new lots are the ones shown here in orange. And again, so you had 2 existing subdivisions, and then they redivided the middle ones. So the location maps. Now this one, we did ask for a note this time because normally you need 40,000 square feet to install a standard septic system, but in this one, the buildable area was 32,000 square feet, and so the health department said that in that case, because it's less than 40, they'd probably have to use an engineered septic system, and this can be more expensive to install and whatnot. So we want to make sure that there was a note on the plat indicating that, just so that the buyer would be aware of that. And so that is our condition, was just that the health department reserves the right to require an engineered septic tank for lots with less than 40,000 square feet of contiguous building area. And like I said, there is a note on the plat, and we had them indicate the buildable area on the plat as well. So if there are any questions?
All right, any questions?
I have a question. If you can go back to where you said the shaded lots are the ones that we're talking about. I guess it's 13, 12, 6, 11, and 10. That one.
And the numbering, and that's why I put some of the numbers on there. I know the numbers kind of confusing because they base it on what was previously numbered from the earlier subdivisions. So
What is, I guess if this is this line I see in lot 11, what is that?
that is actually a road, a path. I can't, is that Footsteps Lane? I don't know if
And
you can
that's
see it,
only
Footsteps Lane.
for lot 11, or that's involved with lot 11?
Yes.
Thank you.
So on lot 6, this is not a flag lot. This is an easement. Is that right, to get
It
back?
is a flag lot, but there is an easement.
I'm not talking about 6 being a flag lot. I'm talking about the easement that is,
Right.
if I understand it, is being put on 6 to get to 11 or 12.
To get to 12, because the buildable area is not accessible from the road. So
Okay.
this is all wetlands, and so the way to get to the buildable area would be to go through the easement there from
So the
6.
easement is created by the recording of the plat?
Yes.
So who handles where does it get addressed? Who maintains that easement? Who can use the easement?
And is that a common drive?
And I ask that because I've been through classes on this. Easements are notoriously one of the worst things because they never get addressed. They're just put on a plat. It never tells who can use it, whether utility companies can use it, what utility companies, who maintains it, what other property owners. So I'm just asking, where does that get addressed in this case when it's going to be part of a recorded plat?
Yeah, so I'm obviously defer to legal counsel, who's not here. But common law almost certainly would handle this just in the common law of the state, and that's basically what's recorded in court decisions. And I believe it would say something like, whoever is the beneficiary of the easement has the right to maintain it. And then whoever is the subservient estate would probably also have some maintenance rights or authority as well. But ultimately, the one who is using it for access is going to be the one responsible for keeping it maintained so he can get back to his property.
I just see in this case, Lot 6 is going to be using it to get to his property. And then the owner of Lot 12 is using the same easement to get to his property. So two people are going to be using it.
Now, I assume the width of that is pretty substantial.
It is, and I normally use a close-up of each plat, but because this was such a huge area, so I think this was 60 feet wide.
that's
So it's
60
actually
feet.
wide enough for two.
How wide, 60?
60
feet.
at the
So you
street.
technically could have two drives going down. through
Exactly, yeah, each one would be 30.
All right.
Mhm.
Is that not something that should be delineated on this?
It is, they have a multiple-page document, and I just put the one that had the overview, the whole thing, but in what they submitted, it has 3 different pages that zoom in on each one, and because this seemed like a fairly straightforward one, I didn't include all those in the staff report, but they do have a much more detailed one that outlines, that you can see all the lot widths, you can see the area, you can see the easement.
And is that available in the public folder
It
as
is, it's
well?
in the public folder, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Trent, do you have anything? Okay. I will entertain a motion.
Move we approve.
Mr. Williams made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Diane? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Open public hearing now for another case number SC 23-32 BFLC Elam Creek West Phase 7 subdivision.
Okay, sorry. All the Elam Creeks are running together.
And we should have all expected, by the way, for these subdivisions to take place. I hope we knew this was coming.
So this one is also a 5-lot subdivision in an unzoned area. Again, the smallest lot is 3 acres, and I had to rotate it so the north is actually to the left side. So this one, you can see there are 2 flag lots. These are each 3 acres or greater. These are 3. And this one has less wetland area on it than some. So there's no issue with buildable area on that one. So we recommend approval and without conditions.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
One quick question, and that is, I notice all of these various parts of BFLC are small number of lots. Now, is this a shortcut to avoiding traffic studies or anything else that would be done if it were done as a full presentation?
I will defer to Trent on that one.
This is how our developers ask us to do these, and that's how we're doing them. We're following the regulations of the subdivision regulations.
And honestly, I don't think this saves them any hassle. It would have been easier for them to do it all in probably one big subdivision, but they didn't. And Tucker, maybe you can comment on the traffic study.
Yeah, and there's a few other projects that they've proposed that would trigger a traffic study, some RV parks and some other stuff in the area. But as far as these lots, the amount they're doing, I don't think it's going to require any improvements to these locations right now. But as if they keep moving, eventually one will be triggered.
Yeah. It's not done. As long as there's some big lots out there, and they're going to be divided just like this. So
Yeah, I think at some point it's
you got an
coming.
ongoing job. I can tell it because it's a sweet deal there because they're going to just keep re-subdividing.
I have a
They
question.
are large lots. That's one good thing.
I do have a question. What's the width of the long one? Do you know the width? I can't see it.
Okay, the long one.
That's to the rear of 1, 2, 3,
lot
and
7.
The one
4.
down here, let me turn on the, oops, I'm trying to hit the magnifier, for some reason okay, now I'm on the wrong page.
Trent, do you know what it is offhand? The width of lot 7?
I can't read.
It's
Yes, it is.
170 feet north and south, round numbers, and 800 feet east to west.
Okay, just look, all right.
All right, any other questions? close the public hearing. I don't know if I get to open one, but I'm gonna close it. No, I do have somebody sign up. Robert Wright, did you want to speak? No, Robert? All right. Close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
Move we approve.
Mr. Bowyer's made a motion to approve. That was Mr. Bolton second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Last item on our agenda as far as case numbers, we'll open the public hearing for case number SC 23-33, Blackwater Subdivision Phase 1. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item?
All right, Commissioners, this is SC 2333, Blackwater, BFLC Blackwater Subdivision Phase 1. This is a proposal for a 13-lot subdivision where all lots are 20 acres and greater. The subject property is located west of County Road 62 and east of County Road 85 in Planning District 12 and zoned RA. The total lots requested are 13 lots. The smallest lot is 20.2 acres and the largest lot is 21.96 acres. Yes, I just noticed as I was reading the smallest and the largest, but I caught on to that. Okay, so since this subdivision is pretty long, I had to split the plat in a couple of pages. So here in the first page, you see lots 1 through 4, 5 through 7, and lot 13. And I will say we noticed error in lot 8. Since this is zoned RA, all lots must meet a minimum of 210 feet for a minimum lot width, and we noticed that lot 8 is a bit short of that. So I've amended my staff report to include a condition of approval where the surveyor has shown that they have enough space to amend lots 6, 7, 8 and make enough space to continue with the 20 acres minimum lot size and still meet the 210 for minimum lot width. Here is an image of the total parcel. The northern part of the red line was split off via an exemption, but it's not mapped. Staff is recommending approval with the following conditions. That lot 6, 7, 8 will be reconfigured to meet the minimum lot width of 210 on lot 8. And staff will grant administrative final plat approval after the plat has been circulated for signatures and recorded within 90 days. Happy to answer any questions.
How are you handling number 12 with lot width?
What's that?
Lot 12, how are you handling it with lot? What did I miss? It's worse than all of them.
So,
Or is there something I'm not seeing?
this portion of here, I don't have that slide here on the locator map as I showed in the staff report. This southern portion at the bottom is unzoned. This parcel crosses two zoning, like crosses RA, and then the southern portion is unzoned. So it doesn't meet those requirements since it is unzoned. Okay. And the northern portion is zoned.
All right, so I get it on these large lots for this type of access, but do we care about school bus access to these lots? Do we care about garbage trucks? There's no turnaround at the end. Are they exempt from all of that as far as because of the size of the lots? I mean, I see, when you get something like this, the first thing I start thinking about is family divisions. They'll come in, they'll start subdividing these out, and they'll be allowed to do it.
So they
No,
would,
they're, I'm sorry, go ahead.
they would not be able to further subdivide this after the plat's recorded.
Okay, good.
Nor via family division, or if they came back and tried to do a traditional subdivision development, since the lots don't front on a county paved and maintained road, unless the developer built a road and dedicated it to the county, they would not be able to further subdivide it. So whoever purchases it is going to stay with those 20 acres.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for staff?
The green line, I guess, is the road that ties all these lots together, and these.
Yes, that's the
all of these
60-foot
lot-
private easement.
And I guess the developer, whoever maintains that road, whose responsibility is that? I know,
We have added a
That's gonna go
note to the
back
plat
to what we
that
talked about earlier.
Baldwin County is not going to be responsible for maintaining that easement.
Okay, I have, Trent, you representing this one too? You got anything on this? All right, I had one signed up, Mr. Spivey. Sorry you had to wait so long.
Yeah, I just feel sorry for you guys.
Well, thank you.
I guess my biggest complaint is I didn't win the lottery. I wouldn't be able to buy all this property and not have it zoned. This property adjoins 50-acre piece that every bit of it backs up to my property. And the road, the proposed road that gets you them permission to subdivide this, I understand, as long as they have a deeded right-of-way through there. Now, this road is a pig trail that's been there for the paper company put in there probably 70 to 80 years ago. And they did keep it up, Taylor Davis, Scott Paper did, but nobody since then. But it's just a red top road. I understand that I was told that as long as they had a 60-foot right-of-way through their property, that entitled them to subdivide it. But that road, what would prevent me from, I got 400 acres up the road, why can't I go in there and just deed my property to myself for a right-of-way, my trails where I go through the farm and stuff? That's the same thing they're doing here. And anyway, my biggest gripe, like I said, I didn't win the lottery, but the road, it's a narrow road. It has, talking about endangered species, it does have a lot of tortoises on the road, on the property, and plenty of rattlesnakes. But the property, let's see. My biggest gripe is if this is allowed to be subdivided like that, and people buy it and they move in there, and the first thing they want to do, they want a paved road, and who's going to pay for that? John Doe taxpayer. And I had a question on the lot size, like she addressed that, but like lots 3, 8, and 9 are not the minimum 210 foot on the width. And the survey lines are drawn out on this map. They don't go straight. I don't understand that. The lot number, my property, well, the property lot number, can't read it. Number 1, the road, the way it's drawn off here, it varies back to the south a little bit. And then on my, on lot number that joins my property, lot number 3 and 2, one end of the property line's here and the other one's over there. You know, it looks like it's going off about 15, 20 degrees. So I didn't think that was common practice. And I guess that was about it. Let's see. I suppose that's it. Other than we got a sod farm, and all I can think about is property owners complaining to that guy when he gets out there to spray, and which he does quite often. And we do have some endangered species on tortoises on the property, so that's about all I had. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, that's all I had signed up. I'll close the public hearing. If you have any questions, if not, we'll entertain a motion.
Move we approve.
Mr. Bowier's made a motion to approve. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Bullock seconding the motion. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I don't know of any new business, any public comments. No one signed up. Staff reports?
No, sir, other than I know many of you signed up for that training. I think it's on the 13th. That should be great training. If you didn't sign up and you wanted to attend, that's going to be at OWA. Let us know. We can try and still plug you in to that. We will shoot for having an executive session update on Belisara. Next month, we should have a little bit more information on that, but we've actually been pretty busy with that this week. So, that's all I have. Thank you again for all that you do. And I do want to thank the team as well here, because a lot of different things come up through these meetings, and I just appreciate everybody's flexibility.
You want to speak at all, Matthew, to the idea of 2 meetings at this time?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because we did run out of time in work session. So I did send out a survey to all of you. The results were mixed. What we found is that a lot of people said they liked the work session, and they didn't want to lose the work session, and both my options assumed getting rid of the work session. So would certainly love to hear everybody's thoughts on that. What I want to avoid is a situation where we switch to 2 meetings, and then 2 months from now our agendas are down to maybe have gotten back a little under control, and then we're switching right back to 1 meeting, and then that creates a lot of confusion. But want to know what y'all's thoughts are, because the biggest thing is making sure we can meet quorum, because otherwise that will create a ton of chaos because of all the public notice requirements associated with these cases.
I would say that if you have a specific opinion on that, maybe send an email to Matthew. And if you didn't already vote or tell him what your thoughts were, I think it'd be worth letting Matthew know so that he can kind of determine from the group what direction we need to go in.
I have 2 comments. One, this month's packet it seemed like we bumped multiple times, and I hate to call it incomplete packets. You know, we tabled a few items this month. You know, that's normal for us. When we table them, we're typically looking for more information. So if it's, just an example, if it was 10 pages in last month's packet, you know, I'd expect for at least 10 pages in this month's packet, if it's not 15 or whatever it is. But I mean, it's tough when there's things up here that we just haven't seen. The man with the cell phone tower, you know, has maps and stuff. He's saying we didn't receive those. Hey, that's a little different. One other note, I'm going to say this. Mailbox setbacks off some of these major roads. I almost saw a big wreck today. It was at 32 and 55 north. I mean, the mail carrier at that, no, it was 55 south. 55 south. right there, like a T, and the mail carrier's halfway off the road. If that is on some of these, close to these major intersections, is there a way to get the mail carrier off of the road? Because these are some bad places. But that one was at 32 and 55 South in Summerdale. I mean, within 50 steps of the intersection, the post office ladies, or the mail carrier is stopped in the middle of the road on 32. That was just one oddball note. Thank you.
All right, any other comments?
I got one. If you change these other meetings and it cuts down the thing and we get out of here quicker, and then it fills back up and they're both lasting to 9:30, it ain't gonna accomplish nothing. It's gonna run me off. You know, I signed up for 36 meetings, and when you told me 3 years, and then about this halfway through the first one, you told me we want to do it 72 now. And so, that's my opinion.
I prefer one meeting a month. I don't care how long it is, but I'm committed to one meeting a month.
Yeah.
I agree with the one meeting a month, but I also want to recognize how hard your staff works to make all of this work, and I don't want to make work for anybody else that other than is necessary. It would be very helpful if you all would consider a way to send information like maybe once a week. I know that Bellator Realtors, because I get it every now and then, does sort of a wraparound of what's going on in planning and zoning, not just in Baldwin County, but in this area. And I use as an example this latest lawsuit. If you don't happen to see AL.com, then you didn't see that article. And somebody, you know, sometimes we'll be out and people will ask us about things that are going on, and we don't want to have to individually call the staff and say, what's this and what's that, because that takes up more of your time. If there was a way to maybe once a week put out an email, or every Friday, or, you know, you pick it out, that would help, I think, us to better understand and be a little bit better prepared when it comes to receiving the packet and going through things, not to have unexpected actions.
I'm sorry. One other thing. I would not be opposed to a work meeting to discuss parking, parks, other things, not part of this kind of meeting, but a work meeting to see if there's any consensus about things that we've brought up that might need to be addressed.
That could almost be like a quarterly meeting or something that it's nice for us to sit here now, and if there's something we need to discuss, like the post ladies or man sitting in the middle of the road at a major intersection, this is a better forum, as is our work session.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I haven't been here a year yet, but on the subdivision requirements, about every month we hear about we need better standards for all the subdivisions, like wider roads, parking, open space, parks, landscaping requirements, enhanced traffic requirements, and actually the flooding and drainage and all that. So what's the process there to change the standard subdivision requirements for even unzoned areas?
Sure. Well, one thing to always keep in context is when the subdivision regulations were first adopted in the 1980s, the complaints you hear today are the same complaints that were heard back then, and the subdivision regulations have enhanced greatly in that time frame, and yet the same complaints are still the same complaints. So we could make major enhancements and we're still going to hear the same complaints. That doesn't mean they're not warranted, so I don't want to discredit at all that these improvements could be very warranted. The process would be to make a formal request and then for staff to propose, to come up with language, and then we would go through the formal amendment process, and then y'all would make a recommendation very similar to the zoning ordinances, and then it would go to the county commission for final approval. A working meeting would be a great way to probably propose some of those.
Do you have a feel if the county commission would be acceptable to changes, or would we be spinning our wheels because they're happy with the rules the way they are now?
So our current county commission is very tuned into the growth issues that Baldwin County is facing, and they're very sympathetic to what the citizens are experiencing out there. And so I would say that, the county commission is always interested in ways to improve Baldwin County. But no one's interested in making changes haphazardly, obviously. So I think something that came out of some type of working group, I mean, the Planning Commission could even establish a subcommittee that worked with staff to come up with some things and then present that to the county commission potentially. And, I think there are some options there that could help push some stuff to the surface potentially that would be acceptable.
Are there any of these types of issues that would require the state legislature to be involved?
Well, the answer to that, it could be yes. Depends how far we go or what type of change is requested. So it's hard to say until we are looking at a potential change. One final thing I do want to note, since everybody's very chatty tonight.
Everybody except you.
My thumb is on this button right here. I want you to know that. I've almost hit it about 5 times, but go ahead.
So in our public comments folder, every single case in here has a public folder that's available through our website. And there is more information in those folders than any of us could read in the time leading up to the meeting. It has every email that we receive from the public. It has full drainage studies, traffic studies, everything that's submitted that's like the final documents. And that's all available to the entire public and to all of you. What I'm going to commit to you all is that we're going to do things that make it easier for you to click on a link or something and get to that information, because we don't want a 1,000-page packet. What we want to do is if you get to this package and you're like, boy, I want more information, we want it to be easy for you. It's there, and it's at your fingertips, and at the public's fingertips. So we're going to do a better job of making it easy for you to access.
My only question of that would be, if you can't get through it and you're getting paid, you think we want to?
All right, I want to say y'all do a great job.
Yeah, thank y'all. All right, our next meeting is October 5th. We are adjourned.